Morning, Kim. Are you there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Kim?
I can.
Oh,
I can.
wonderful. Wonderful. There you are.
I apologise.
Oh, dear me. It's a warm one, isn't it?
Indeed. How are you? Good to see you.
Yes, you too. It's lovely to see you.
Oh,
Yeah, just to let you know, so we are recording. So we started recording from this morning and we're just leaving the recording on and the live stream and everything throughout the day. These recordings will be going up. So the live stream is up on YouTube all day today. But then after the event, what we're doing is we're going to chop and cut all of the recordings so it's the individual people and they will be going up separately to YouTube as well.
yep.
So you will get a copy of that sent to you so you can share that, use it however you wish.
Thank you.
What was the other thing I was going to say? At the bottom, where I'm going to make you co-host now, so you will be able to control the Zoom as I can. So you'll be able to, I'll admit visitors that kind of come in and things like that. So you don't have to worry about that, but you can also control that if you wish. And you'll be able to share your screen as well, to go through any presentations and things like that.
Yeah.
Are you planning on doing that?
I've got a presentation, but it would be good if they can see me and the presentation. I'm presuming that will be the case. They'll see me as the
speaker. So do you want to give it a try now and you will see basically what it will look like. So if you try and share your screen. Yeah, excellent. That's come up.
Yeah.
So
the reason for that is if there's time, I want to show them a technique that they can use for themselves.
Okay, excellent. That sounds wonderful. That sounds really good. I'm really looking forward to this talk, actually.
Very much.
Yeah, so another thing I want to mention as well is at the bottom, you'll be able to see participants. Now, if that number stays low, do not panic, because what happens is people will come into the auditorium and they can watch it on the live stream. So they don't necessarily have to click join Zoom and come in that way. I will, when I do introduce you, I will be suggesting that they do join the Zoom so they can get involved in any interactive bits, but they can just watch kind of from a distance. So there could be hundreds of people watching, do you know what I mean? But just because that's a low number, don't panic, they are watching.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because I think from my perspective, what I wasn't sure about is getting their details. Will I have opportunity to? I'm going to tell them they can email me, but it would be good to perhaps have their emails or some way of contacting them so that I can send them something afterwards. I.e., the technique I'm going to do will need a little bit more work, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Particularly if I run out of time.
Yeah, of course. We had this question a couple of times yesterday. So what we've suggested is that if people are joining the Zoom, they'll be able to put their details in the chat facility. So if they obviously want you to send the information, then they can put their information in there. But if they're just kind of watching from a distance and they're not in there to put their details in, you've got a stand, haven't you? Yes. So mention at the end your stand number, and then they can go and visit your stand after the talk or throughout the show, and then they can obviously go and talk to you that way, or schedule a meeting, or follow up in
I better just get my stand number then. I think it's 201.
I mean, you don't have to have your stand number. They can, or just give the business name. They can search that way.
It's a bit easier if they've got a stand number, isn't it? I'm guessing. I haven't logged in this morning. I've been on a call already. So
have you?
Yesterday I was on all day, and it was like, oh gosh. Oh no, I'll go in there, don't I? Exhibitor.
Can you just do me a favor? Once you've done that, just flick onto the next slide, just so we can make sure that it is all working. Obviously, I can see your first page, but I just want to make sure that it will flow through. Yeah, perfect. That's worked. Brilliant.
Awesome. I've tried to keep the just so. Oh, what am I doing? I don't want to do. I just want to go straight to my room. No, not having that. Stop it.
Joys of technology, eh?
Oh, yes. No, that's not where I want to be. The chat thing's in the way. Let me move that up. That would help.
I'll see if I can get your number as well whilst we are talking.
Things in the way. View my booth. Marketing zone 201.
201.
Okay. I don't know why I was put in the marketing zone. I guess they didn't know where to put me. I did ask to move to the SME section, but
right, yeah, they filled up so quickly. Like in the final 2 weeks, we just absolutely like loads and loads of stands coming in. So yeah, unfortunately, a lot of them did get full.
So is most of this being done on via Zoom and obviously YouTube then?
Yeah, so what happens is obviously we've configured the Zoom networks, so they are all getting automatically live streamed to YouTube. So people could be watching either entering the Zoom, either sat in the auditorium or just on YouTube in general and just looking on YouTube live there. But then, as I say, all of the recordings will also then be kind of shared around. So you'll get additional views that way.
Yeah, because I wasn't 100% sure. Yesterday, I mostly got other exhibitors coming to my stand. In fact, they were all existing exhibitors. And I was a little confused. So maybe we'll have a conversation about that some other time or something.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, whether there's something I need to be doing elsewhere. I've engaged with all the other exhibitors that were online anyway.
Yeah, I mean, have you shared it? Do you have like a Facebook page or Instagram or something like that?
I've come so late to the party, I've not had time. So no, I'm afraid not. No, it will be new people, but maybe the talk this morning will be the thing that does it. So
yeah, exactly. But yeah, the way to go is basically just sharing, you know, this is my stand, come and visit us at the show. It's completely free. It's a free ticket. They just register their email address and they can come and enter the show and visit you that way. So yeah, that's kind of a good way to get the word out there.
Yeah.
So what we'll do, we'll just wait till about 1 minute past, just to allow anyone that is joining the session that they can come and log in or get comfortable in their seat, ready to go. So just give it another minute and then I will get started.
And with regards to the fact that when I switch between things, so you can't see that I'm moving between the different things I've got on my PC, can you?
I can just see your presentation.
That's good, yeah, because just one thing I do want to access. I'm sure I know it, but it's better if I use his words, not mine.
No problem. Did you just shuffle your PDF over that way a little bit? Because I can kind of see it just, there you go, that's perfect. Because I just had like a white block down the side, like it was moved to the side.
All right, no, I have just moved to something else. Has that happened again?
It's perfect now as it is.
I
mean, I could still see it. It just looked like a tiny bit of a border.
Okay, yeah, I've just moved to my notes page because it's actually a testimonial I'm reading as a story.
Right, fantastic. No, that's fine. Okay, well, what we will do, we'll get started now. Okay. Right. Okay, so right. Okay, hi everyone. Welcome to Digital Age Expo. Before I get started to hand over to our guest speaker, I just want to make you aware that this session is being recorded for those that are unable to make the specific time slot, and all of the sessions will be going up on YouTube, so you'll be able to watch it retrospectively that way. For those of you who are sat in the auditorium at the moment, you are kind of able to watch the session where you are. However, I would recommend that you do click the join now button, just so you can join the Zoom, get involved in any interactive elements of the session, and you'll be able to use the chat facility at the bottom for any questions that you've got as well. Yeah, it's just a good way to kind of get involved in the session. So I am absolutely delighted to be able to hand over to our guest speaker today. So we have Kim Searle, who is the director of Emotional Mastery Limited, and she's going to be doing an amazing talk on your empowerment model. So I'm very much excited for this session. So over to you, Kim.
Lovely. Thank you so much. And welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me here today. I wanted to start with a bit of a story, if that's okay. Nick came to see me or rang me on a Thursday evening wanting to talk to me. He was in a very big pickle. He was due to go back to work on the Monday after taking, long-term sick leave. And he was in a real state of anxiety and stress about it. He didn't feel ready. He was at the lowest point that he'd ever been at. Aged 51 with a loving fiance, 4 healthy children, a steady job, decent salary and a roof over his head. He was absolutely lost still. Nothing he could ever do felt good enough. He was never going to succeed. How was he supposed to keep a family supported for the next 20 years? His youngest was 2 at the time. How could they continue living in their tiny maisonette? And how did his older 2 children really feel about him since he divorced their mum? And the impact that it had had, especially on his daughter. And all this had been building and building and building until he ended up having time away from work. 6 months absence in total with medication. And so he says, walks that he would quite happily have just kept going. Do you get the picture? And the really challenging thing was that he couldn't get the immediate help he needed from the NHS. And he knew he needed someone to sort out the mess in his head. After all, what did he really have to get upset about? He had everything he needed. My name is Kim Searle, Emotional Mastery, and I help people clear the mental and emotional baggage from the past to help them create the bright, shiny new future that they so deserve. So today I want to explain to you how Nick managed to get himself in this position and how at the end of it, he was feeling much better. Not perfect. I'm not a miracle worker, just waving some magic. So how? This presentation, I'm going to talk to you about how you're not living your life your way. I want to explain to you how your past is actually dictating your future, and in ways you may not realize. Given time, I would like to show you at the end a simple technique that can help you, almost like a first aid kit for those emergency times that you need. So, emotional mastery and the empowerment model, your empowerment model. So typically people come to see me for many different reasons, but we've all got something going on that we just put up with, we manage, we park, ignore, park away, whatever. And these are just some of them. I mean, I'm sure if you're online, you could probably add to that list typical emotional challenges in business. And I work with small businesses, business owners, to help them to change some of these feelings that they've got going on. But the point is, where have they come from? How have they manifested? Why is one person more prone to this, whereas another is not? Invariably, I want to reach people before they are in crisis, before they've reached the overwhelm that can lead to burnout. I want to help them deal with the lack of confidence before they find that they're not as successful in their job, to help them limit the anxiety that they may be feeling about whatever it is in their life that's going on. Because the beauty of the work I do, it affects all areas of your life. Primarily, I want to raise the profile of that secret weapon that you have that lets you know what's going on. Your emotions. They are your sat nav to what's happening. And at some point in your life, you will have been ignoring them. So for many people, whatever your situation is and whatever situation they are in, By understanding what's going on, they can take the right steps, the best steps for them. So when I talk about this, I very often get people looking at me a bit strange. You are not you. So what do I mean by this? When you were born, and arguably before, your brain was starting to learn. It's a learning machine. And it learns from those around us, from experiences. So you will have been taught by your parents to behave in certain ways, to be polite, say please and thank yous, all good stuff, very much so. Your siblings who maybe have stolen your toys and it's not happy, you learn to share. Your friends, how to fit in. School, college, university, work, society, religion, politics, you name it. We have been given a model and we've learnt it. But underneath all that, there's you. There's your hopes and dreams. There's the things that are important to you. There is what you really want to be doing with your life. And as you get older, you get more attuned to what you want and finding that sometimes you've moved quite away from where you want. Because what you did was you learned to be the person you are today. So I want to show you how you can start to think better for you. So one of the first clues to help you on your empowerment model is your experience right now in your world. Is there anything in your world that you're struggling with? Is there anything that is a regular pattern that you're displaying? Maybe it's that you keep changing jobs because you don't like the boss you're working with, or you get bored with the work you're doing. Maybe that you are always falling out with somebody in the family. These are clues to let you know something is not right. And if it's a pattern or it's going on longer than a few months, maybe there's something for you to learn. Do you always say, I should, I could, I must, I ought to, I have to? Any of these phrases are a clue to the fact that something is going on in your world that you don't want to do. Now, that's not to say that you don't do them if you clear it, but it's the energy behind it that's so important. So I want you to understand that when that's occurring, there's a clue there that lets you know it's not right, not for you. It's because you're doing it because somebody else has told you, probably your parents, but if not school or your friends. So I want you to look at your experiences and see the patterns that are going on, things that keep reoccurring and you keep facing and you think, I thought I'd done that, sorted that. So I used to always be late, and that was a real frustration to the people around me. And when I started to dig underneath it, I began to understand why. It was because I was trying to do too much, and it was more important to do these other things than to be on time. So it's a bigger picture than you realize. So when you've got the experience, I want you to look at your behaviors. Now, this is the challenging bit, realizing that you're contributing to the experience that you don't like. And it's okay, because remember, you've learned this. You've been trained to be the way you are. And all we've got to do is get under the hood of that to sort it out. So let me give an example of behaviors. So when you go to a party, are you the sort of person who is more introverted, talks to a few people, or are you the person who goes in there and talks to everyone and is having a whale of a time externally? Well, the behavior that you're demonstrating is the one that lets you know whether you're comfortable or not. So if you're an introverted, quieter person, just liking to talk to one or two people, but you're going in there and having to be the extroverted person because that's the way you've always been, then you're uncomfortable. You're having to put more effort into being somebody you're not. That's just a clue to let you know something needs to be changed. Very often when things aren't working in our lives, we tend to change them. So if a relationship's not working, we'll end it and start another one. The job is not working, we'll look for another job, either within a company or elsewhere. Maybe we find that we face redundancy or poor health. That creates a whole different set of issues. These are the behaviors that we see becoming more exacerbated. We will find during these periods of time that our behavior changes in some way, and we don't notice it, but those around us do. And I'm sure all of you have seen somebody's behaviors change, if not overnight, then very rapidly. What I want you to understand is the behaviors that you're demonstrating are the things that are contributing to your experience, and therefore I want you to look at them. The other thing to think about when you think about behaviors is your habits. Your habits will get you where you want to be. If you want to be fit and healthy, you will start to do exercise and eat properly. But what if you're feeling anxious all the time? What's the habits that are contributing to that? What are the behaviors that are putting you in positions that make you feel anxious? And I'm not suggesting here you don't do it. No, what I'm suggesting is understand it, look at it, and explore them for what they are. Because the results that you are getting is because of the contribution that you're doing somewhere at a behavioral level, and as you'll see in a moment, a mental and or emotional level. So just have a think about the behaviors, the habits, the things that you do regularly, because here's a bit of a scary thought. 95%, it is said, we are working unconsciously. Now, I don't know whether that's a true stat, and it's immaterial. I know it's quite high, because when you think unconsciously, i.e. you're not thinking about what you're doing, then you're relying on habit, routines, ways of being that you've always done. And that means that then it's in those areas that you'll find the biggest difference. So we've now talked about the experiences that you're having that are letting you know that you've got a problem. We've talked about the behaviors or habits that are contributing to the problem. Now I want to talk about the thoughts that you're thinking that are contributing to the problem, because let me tell you, it's not the behavior and it's not your experience. What do you think? How often do you analyze what you're thinking and question it and challenge it? You may say, oh, I can't do that. Well, I don't want to do that. I'm not good at that. They are clues, more clues to what you're thinking about yourself and what you are able to do. And here is where I want you to think a little bit more about your thoughts. And I know it's crazy, isn't it? Thinking about your thoughts, but they're there. And you don't have to spend hours on this. Just be aware of the patterns of your language to start with. I mentioned earlier about the I mustn't, I have to, I should, I ought to. Those are good clues about your thinking patterns. But it's interesting because when you start to look at what you're saying, hearing what you're saying, paying attention to what you're thinking, when you're looking to do something new in particular, that is a really good place to look, because that will let you know what's going on for you. One of the things I want to tell you here is that because I said you are not you, remember the behaviors are probably modeled on your parents, school and work. Your thoughts are too. You have learned to think the way you think. And you might think you're an independent thinker, and you're not. The chances are you might be an analytical thinker. But there is a quote by Einstein that says you cannot resolve a problem with the same thinking that created it. What if what you're thinking is just the thoughts that you've had in the past? Important that you analyze them, to look at them, because the chances are you might be suppressing a very large part of yourself. thoughts that says, I'm not good enough, I'm not important, I'm not able to do that. Question them. Use that brilliant mind of yours to really get under the hood of them. And now I want to come to what I consider my piece de resistance, is the emotional content. Oh boy, this is so underrated. I get, and I'm so pleased to see that mental health is raised on the agenda. So important, because it is a clue to what's really going on for us. From the moment you are born, and arguably before, your brain is a learning machine. This is your brain learning something. So for example, if this was a door, an experience of a door, your unconscious mind will apply a biochemical marker to it. Now, the brain is only interested in whether you're safe or not. Now, unless a door has slammed you in the face for any reason, the door will be a safe thing to learn. And so the biochemical marker is just bubbling away in the background. No problem at all. And that biochemical marker is your emotions. Now think about somebody whose first experience of a spider was fear, because somebody in their arena screamed, jumped, or ran out the room. The biochemical marker is much louder, is more effective. And that biochemical marker is the brain's way of getting the body to respond very quickly to what is going on. The whole fight, flight, or freeze process that many of you will probably already know. So when you think about it, in and of itself, that could be a significant emotional event. So if it wasn't a spider, maybe for our argument's sake, it was a car accident or a death of somebody that you knew. Whatever that was, that biochemical marker will flare off every time you come across any experience that's the same or similar, because that's how the brain works. It likes to make sure it's keeping you safe. So over time, you have lots of experiences of said spider. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And before you know it, the emotions are firing off without you even being aware of what's really going on, why it's a problem. Your emotions are a sat nav. They are your guide to what's going on for you. By understanding what's going on at an emotional level, you can start to track what you need to change. And this is the real empowerment. We've got you changing your experiences and understanding that just swapping them isn't necessarily a good thing. We need to look at our behaviors, bit of a clue too, understanding you can change them, looking at your thoughts that are driving the behaviors, that are driving your experience, changing them. But when you get to the emotional level, because they work faster than your analytical, logical thinking mind, because it's the emotional process of getting the whole fight, flight, and freeze syndrome going, you might just find that if you could clear the experience, there is no emotional marker. You start to find that you're no longer being triggered in some way. Because for the brain's intent, it's quite simple. It likes to think in black and white. You're either under attack or you're not. And when you're under attack, it doesn't matter whether it's your boss shouting at you, whether you've been cut up in traffic, or, you know, some other similar thing. For all intents and purposes, you're under attack and it will fire off. Now, everybody is different and some people will respond in different ways, and that's okay. This is why it's your empowerment model. Get those emotions and understand them, feel them, understand where you're feeling them, and then you can start to understand why they're there. So I'm going to talk in the next, in a moment, about what you can do to clear those emotions, because I think that's so important. I'm not just here to explain the empowerment model itself, but definitely to what you can do about it. So you find the emotion. So what? We need to work your way back to the original learnings. Now, you don't need to worry too much about the first time it happens, but what you could do is ask, what's that about? What is the message that that emotion is giving me? And they're the two strongest questions you have, I think, in the toolbox. What is that about? And I was taught that by my teacher, Trevor Sylvester, that, you know, when you ask that question, it just opens up, and your unconscious mind doesn't like an unanswered question, so it will come up with some answers. The other thing you can ask yourself is, when was the first time I felt that feeling? And just see what comes to your mind's eye. You might get something that's very big, or you might get something that's very small. And when you get to that learning, the thing that is causing you a problem, the technique I'm going to show you will help you to manage it, to clear it, to change it so that the biochemical marker is not responding in the same way. How amazing is that? Suddenly, you've got an empowerment model that means that if you're giving a difficult conversation with somebody, you can prepare for it beforehand, because you can feel the emotions rising up within you that needs to be addressed. You can think about the first time you had it. What did that mean about you? How did that make you feel? What can you do differently? Just by using this technique I'm going to show you, this one technique, you can start to bring down the temperature on what you're experiencing. That can make such a big difference. And obviously, sometimes you're not going to get there, but this technique in and of itself can help work on the emotional content. And what I love is it will work on your thinking content too. And if you change your emotions and you change your thinking, your behaviors will have no choice but to change. Some of those underlying habits that you're not even aware of will change because you're changing at a really deep level, at a biochemical level, which impacts your bioelectrical level, your thinking. And as you find that your behaviors change, so then does your experience. Now, I'm not saying this is the panacea and an answer to all your problems, but it is a way of you starting to take back control, to start to recognize who you really are. Because if you're carrying around the I ought tos, I shoulds, I musts, I'm not important, I'm not clever, I'm stupid, whatever those are, they're not you. I believe each one of you is way more than you realize. And all you need to do is clear some of that layers of learning, because whatever can be learned can be unlearned. How amazing is that? So as I come towards the end of this talk, I want to say thank you for listening to me. It's been really appreciated, a great opportunity for me to talk about what I do, because I get very excited by it. And I liked this quote. It really said a lot for me. So in order to have your future, the future that you want, deserve, I believe, and are entitled to, there are some changes to be made. And one of the things that I think is really important is this technique I'm about to show you. Now, it's not mine. I'd like to say it was mine, but it's not. And some of you may have come across it, and some of you may not. It's called emotional freedom technique, or tapping. You may have heard either. Now, for some of you, this is going to seem really weird and you're not going to be comfortable. So what I would suggest is, where you can, open your mind, just listen and pay attention. Because what this technique does is confuses the brain. When you go into your fight, flight, or freeze, your unconscious mind, that part that's not here, it's not in your thinking brain, it's the place where you store all your memories and all your learnings. So if I was to say to you, what was the color of your front door? It wasn't in your mind, but you can bring it forward very easily. This is where I'm working. So what happens is your brain is drawing information through the five senses all the time. These five senses are feeding that data back to the unconscious mind, who is deciding what sort of response it gives. By doing this exercise, you're tapping into 3 of the 5 senses. If you light a candle or you're chewing some, I don't know, gum or something, you can tap into all 5. And that makes it more powerful than what the trigger was that's caused you to feel the way you are. Now, if I don't get this all done, please do see that there is an email address there. Drop me a note and I will send you a small pack so that this is something you can do for yourself. But basically what happens is you tap the side of your hand. And if you're up for this, do this now. Just spend a few minutes. Even though I may be feeling what I'm feeling, and I have no idea what you're feeling, but you're feeling, I'm okay. Even though I'm feeling what I'm feeling and it's not pleasant, I don't like it, I can still love myself, or like myself if you're not quite ready to go that far. Even though I'm feeling the way I'm feeling, I know it's momentarily, it will pass, it will move through, or it can pass through, but I'm ready now to let it go. And what I want you to do is rate yourself out of 10, with 10 being the worst it can be and 0 not at all. Just the first number that comes into your head, it doesn't matter. And once you've got that, we're going to go on and we're going to start to tap just above your eyebrow all these feelings to the side of the eye. Ah, these feelings are so uncomfortable. Under the eye, constantly finding that they are there, running in the background, even when I'm happy. Under the nose, these old feelings really not serving me anymore. Under the lip, these old feelings, I have no idea where they come from. I don't know where I got them, and I don't know what to do about them. I've got 2 bones on the bottom of your neck, just tapping there. I'm just tired of them, because emotions are so tiring. You may not realize that, but they are. On the top of your head, these old emotions, it's time for me to let them go. Let's just go round again. All these old emotions. Really unhappy with how I feel. But I'm ready to feel different now. I'm ready to be different now. I know what I want. May that be confidence, success, love. Who knows? Whatever you're feeling, just allowing the breath out so that what's happening is your body is starting to think, maybe I'm not in danger. Top of your head, knowing that I'm okay. Let's just do one more round to see whether you can feel a difference. Top of the eye. Allowing myself to let go. Side of the eye. What I need to let go of that will help me the most. And by letting it go, I can take on new and empowering ways of being. I want to feel calmer, more relaxed, peaceful, maybe happier, more confident. And I wonder what that would be like, and imagine that you're starting to take that on. Small steps. That's right, very good. Ready to be open to whatever I need to be open to feel what I want to feel now. And as you end that, I want you to take in a really nice deep breath. Just rate yourself once more. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling a little calmer? Just see what, if you want, the rating of your number out of 10, has that moved? Has that got better or worse? Sometimes it gets worse, but you just need to keep doing that. You can repeat this as often as you like, whenever you need to help you the most. And the beauty of this process is that you could do this when you're in a meeting. Say, for instance, somebody's going for an interview. You could just tap very discreetly on the side of your hand, because the more you practice this, the more the brain realizes, okay, faulty learning, let that go, all's well. And before you know it, those old triggers are no longer triggering you. Thank you for listening to me today. I just want you to know that by using your emotions, you can start to tap into, how funny, into that space that allows you to understand what's going on for you. Those important questions. What is that about? When did I first experience it? What do I need is the one question I forgot to say. What do I need right now? In fact, if you only ask that question, you'll be well on the way to changing your thought processes and then your behaviors and getting different results. I would love to hear from you. And from those of you who were really interested in that technique, then please do just drop me an email and I will send out the pack to you. Hope you enjoy the rest of the expo, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kim. That was absolutely brilliant. You know, I feel so relaxed now.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, it was just amazing.
Even as I do it, I'm like,
yeah, it was a combination of the talk, which was just so kind of serene almost. It kind of opened your eyes and made you think about things in different ways and helped put things in perspective. But also then that activity at the end, it just kind of really just slowed everything down, doesn't it?
Thank you so much. Yes, I appreciate that. And all feedback's good. Doesn't matter what it is, it's feedback and I will welcome it, quite frankly. So all helps to develop it. So
really fantastic. So what's your stand number if anyone wants
to? Yes, sorry. You can find me in the marketing section on stand 201.
Fantastic.
And I'd love to see you there. Come and see me.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you so much, Kim. That was amazing.
Lovely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. There you are. I can see you as well.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Good
I
stuff.
love that tree on your wall behind you.
Yeah, thank you.
That's so
Excellent.
nice. What I'm going to do before we get started, I'm just going to make you co-host.
Okay, perfect. So I
So
can share my screen. Yeah.
yeah, so you'll be able to control the Zoom just like I can.
Perfect.
Okay, so just to let you know before we get started, we are recording and live streaming all throughout the day. So we're not
Yeah.
going to kind of stop it and pause it. So this is kind of on the live stream, but no one's kind of in the auditorium at the moment.
Okay.
I've made you co-host so you can share your screen. Did you want to give it a little trial just to share your screen, make sure we
Yeah,
can get
sure.
it working?
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm looking at. Okay, that's my screen. Share.
Yep, brilliant. I can see your screen.
Okay, swap.
Yeah,
Okay.
fantastic. Just flick onto the next page just to make sure that it will. Yeah, that's done it. Yeah, fantastic.
Okay, good.
Amazing. That's good. What other things do I want to make you aware of?
Yeah, my topic here, how to improve the efficiency of your business process. Is that what you've got?
Let me just double check. How to improve. I've just got improve your business process. So I'll put how to improve the efficiency of your business process.
Yes.
There we go. That's updated.
Okay, perfect. And remind me your name, Catherine, is that right?
Catherine Bush, yes, my name
Catherine.
is,
Okay.
if you need to get in touch with me.
Yes.
Just to make you aware, if you see on the Zoom at the bottom with you being co-host, you'll see at the bottom we've got number of participants.
Yeah.
Now, don't be thrown off by this. If this stays low, it doesn't mean that people aren't watching. So what happens is when they come in into the show, they will go into the auditorium and they can watch the live stream of the video. So they don't have to click into the Zoom to watch it. So it's live in the auditorium and it's on YouTube live as well. So people are definitely watching. They just might not have tuned into the Zoom. But I am going to encourage them to do that at the beginning when I do your introduction.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, just in case you're thinking, oh my goodness, there's only 2 people now. But no, there could be hundreds of people. So don't panic about that.
Okay, perfect. I guess it's been very busy.
Yeah, it has. Apparently yesterday we had about 1,400 visitors to the show. So
my goodness.
Yeah, it's going really well.
That's huge. That's really good to hear. Well, for me, it's been an extremely busy week for me, so I haven't been able to participate at all.
Right.
So I'm set for my presentation. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the joy of a virtual one, isn't it? You know, even if you just get a 5-minute spare, you can just have a little log on and go and have a little look around. You know, you don't have to travel to a venue and then block out half a day to do it.
And the system is so good. I mean, it's so very well done. Excellent.
Oh, brilliant. Good feedback. Thank you. Yeah, I'll pass that on to the guys. I can't take credit for that, unfortunately.
Well, but you're part of the team, so well done to you all. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Where are you based, Catherine?
I'm actually based in the Isle of Man.
Oh.
Yeah. So we've got teams, sort of the whole team's dotted around. So we've got we've got 2 in the Isle of Wight. We've got 4 of us in the Isle of Man. We've got 1 in Bournemouth, but a couple in Bournemouth actually. Some in Winchester. What's that? Sorry.
Ife. I'm in Bournemouth. I live in Bournemouth.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it would be good to know those in Bournemouth. So
Yeah. So we've got Nagendra, who Nagendra Mishra. He's kind of the developer of the system that's built it. So he's in Bournemouth, and also Rachel Jacob. So if you come to any of our kind of future networking events and things like that, you can meet the whole team there. It'd be great to see you there. Yeah,
that's really good. It's quite impressive.
Yeah, no, that's fab. So yeah, we're dotted around all over really. But yeah, the Isle of Man is very warm at the moment.
Yeah, it's very warm in Bournemouth as well. I've been to Isle of Wight before, but no Isle of Man. So.
Oh, right. Yeah. Have you heard of the TT races? The motorbike races. So the Isle of Man is famous for the TT races.
Oh, okay.
And it's basically for a fortnight every June, they basically like close all the roads. So it's a road race. Motorbikes going around all the roads and over the mountains, and they fly past your house. And
I would
yeah,
love
it's amazing.
to watch that one. Yeah, I would like to visit at some point. And what we have in Bournemouth is an air festival.
Oh, okay,
So flying and all of that. Yeah, it's always really good. So every summer, August, 1 week of air show is always amazing.
Oh, do you know, I would love to see that. For my 30th a few years ago, I did wing walking. So, you know, when you stand on the wing of a plane and it goes up, and it was absolutely amazing. Yeah, loved it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we starting at 11?
Yeah, I'm just going to give it till about 1 minute past, just to allow anyone that does want to kind of join, they can just get comfortable and, you know, make sure that they're ready on time and things. So we'll just give it another sort of 30 seconds or so, and then I'll make
that's fine. No worries at all.
Okay. Looking forward to this. Okay, right. We will make a little start. Okay, so hi everyone, welcome to Digital Age Expo. Just before I hand over to our guest speaker, I just want to make you aware that we are recording the session for those of you that are unable to make the specific time slot, that you will be able to watch it retrospectively on our social media and YouTube. For those of you that are sat in the auditorium at the moment, I would encourage you to click the Join Now button to join the Zoom. It'll just allow you to get involved in any interactive parts of the session, and you'll be able to use the chat facility at the bottom to ask any questions or leave your contact details and things like that. So I am absolutely delighted to be able to hand over to Dr. Toyin Coreed, who's the CEO of Snatch Consulting, and he's going to be doing a brilliant talk on how to improve the efficiency of your business process. So over to you, Toyin.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I'm so excited to be here, and I look forward to delivering a presentation that would help your business to grow, improve the efficiency of your business process, and help you to achieve your predefined goals. So I'm just going to be sharing my screen right now. And once again, welcome to my space, to this workshop. Okay, so trying to share my screen. I believe you can all see my screen. Okay.
Yes, I can see it, Toyin.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for the introduction once again. Yes, I'm from Snatch Consulting. Just before I introduce, talk more about Snatch Consulting, just to let you know that I live in Bournemouth. Bournemouth is located in southwest England, and Bournemouth Beach is a major tourist attraction in southwest of England. And if you're yet to book your holiday destination, may I suggest Bournemouth, and you will have a good time. All right, so to start with, Snatch Consulting, our vision is to provide systematic support for business process improvement. We are a global business systems analysis, project management, process improvement, training and consulting firm. We help organizations to improve their operational efficiency, adaptation to market changes, improve customer satisfaction, and overall accomplish predefined business goals. So personally, with over 12 years of experience in this field, both in academia and industry knowledge, we can use systematic approaches to help you to improve your business process. And if there are things, we can do consultation, organize training for your teams, just to ensure that your business is able to adapt and you can survive the competition in the marketplace. Not just actually survive, but actually be at the cutting edge of be at the cutting edge of technology and of course the businesses in the marketplace. Okay, so again, we can help organizations to identify bottlenecks and delays in the business process, simplify it, reduce the cost, increase the flexibility, and help you to deliver more your product and services in a more efficient and effective way. Okay, so now let's go to today's presentation, the outline. Basically, I will be talking about the need for continuous process improvement, and then the limitations of all the existing BPI, that's business process improvement approaches, and lastly, how to improve your business process using the SNATCH framework. Okay, so to begin with, I will be talking about the need for continuous business process improvements. Now, digital platforms provide opportunities for global recognition, attraction, and expansion. However, it comes with challenges such as global competition and the need for efficient processes and innovative thinking. Similarly, when an organization grows in size and revenue, the growth is usually accompanied with challenges such as business requirements, multiple or complex systems, managing unpredictable resources or even outcomes, maintaining effective employment procedures, efficient booking systems, and also identifying the right systems. And so it is important that when we grow, we identify these challenges and we're able to mitigate or overcome them. The global COVID-19 pandemic has radically changed the business landscape. Several organizations have invested in business process improvement projects in order to optimize productivity and agility in the face of future disruption. So on the other hand, some businesses have not been able to, to adapt to the market changes, and as a result, they have shut down their operations completely. And we've seen this in the past 1 year. COVID-19 has, a lot of businesses could not survive COVID-19. And so we as an organization, we are helping organizations we're helping them to become COVID-19 proof. In other words, to minimize the effect of the pandemic upon businesses. Now, some companies fail to survive due to lack of innovation and continuous improvement. They actually fail due to lack of continuous improvement. An example, I'll just mention three of these, three examples or case studies, and then we will talk about how business process improvement methodologies. Now, one of them is Blockbusters. I don't know how many of us can remember Blockbusters. I'm sure the logo looks familiar. Now, they're famous for providing movies and video game rental services. They had over 84,000 people worldwide working for them. Now, with digital platforms becoming more famous, especially the emergence of Netflix, a major competitor, Blockbusters needed to adapt and improve their business process. Unfortunately, they didn't, and therefore they failed. Now, Netflix has a robust, continuous innovation strategy that drives their programming decisions, and they do this by using big data. Their continuous improvement is driven by the efficient quantitative analysis of properly conceived tests. And so as a result of that, they're able to, to keep improving the business process from time to time to be able to meet the market demands, and of course, satisfy their customers. In fact, their goal is to retain existing customers and to attract more customers. Another example is BlackBerry. I mean, I'm sure many of us are familiar with BlackBerry. they were a major player in the line of smartphones and tablets, and they were dominating the market globally in the late 2000s. But again, they failed to innovate and improve their processes to adapt to common trends of bigger smartphone screen technology, and of course, user experience. And as a result of that failure, the business, they went into extinction. Now, another one is Debenhams. Now, this is painful for me, and and that's because I shop there. I love shopping at Debenhams. Now, this 242 years old business failed last year, right in the midst of the pandemic. According to the BBC, Debenhams failed for 3 reasons. Number one, it failed to adapt, and it stopped being relevant. It found it was difficult for them to cope or compete with new brands like Boohoo and ASOS and the rest of them. Number two, they lack strong leadership, which affected its poor decision making, and lastly, poor financial management. If I have to summarize all this, I would say Debenhams failed because they failed to adapt. They failed. Their business process was not flexible enough. On the other hand, Currys PC World, they survived. I love the way they changed or they adapted in the course of the pandemic. I don't know how many of you shopped at the Currys PC World in the course of the pandemic. I bought a brand new laptop from them, and I love the way they were really able to adapt their processes. In fact, they have what we call Shop Live, which is a perfect example of a service that has a blend of that blends people and technology to bridge the gap between shopping online and offline in a meaningful way, thereby adding value to the buying decisions of their customers. Okay, now let's move on to business process analysis. Now, it is impossible to improve a process that is not understood. So the essence of business process analysis is to enhance the understanding of the current business process, that the assist business process, in order to obtain relevant properties about the process model for reasoning, in order to be able to identify issues such as bottlenecks, logical flaws, and of course, check compliance with certain constraints with the aim of improving the business process. So with business process analysis, there are so many techniques that one can use to analyze the process. So without analysis, there cannot be improvement, all right? So now there are various categories or categorization of process analysis techniques, but we want to follow, at Snatch, we follow the DMAS categorization or classification, if you like. And there are 2 of them. One is qualitative analysis and the other is quantitative analysis. Under qualitative analysis, we have value-added analysis, root cause analysis. There are a lot of techniques under root cause analysis, such as 5 whys, YY diagrams, the 5 S's, and the rest of them. And so the root cause analysis is also, another word for it is cause-effect analysis. And then number 3 is issue document and impact assessments. Number 4 is the theory of constraints, and last is task analysis. Now, for qualitative analysis, as good as they are, one of the downsides of it is that it is subjective in nature. What I mean by that is stakeholders could have different perspectives on various issues, and they rely heavily on the experience of the analysts. As a result, the outcomes are difficult to replicate and measure. So for example, how do you measure root cause analysis? How do you measure that? It's quite impossible. On the other hand, quantitative analysis can be used to obtain performance evaluation or measurements such as cycle time, average waiting time, resource utilization, and costs. So that way you can place a figure on your improvement activities. For example, we can save the business, we can save, for example, X amount of time when executing the business process, or we can reduce cost of running the business process by 20%. Now, these are figures, and it's easier for people to relate with those figures because they are measurable. No, so under quantitative analysis, we have what we call flow analysis, which helps you to determine the cycle time. Q analysis helps you to determine the waiting time. You can see this when you go to the NHS, for example, A&E, and you see a board indicating, showing the amount of the average waiting time, in order to be able to see a doctor. And so Q analysis is used for that. And then simulation is done to be able to determine the resource utilization, cost, and time. And so in Snatch Consulting, we use quantitative analysis primarily, and then we complement it by using qualitative analysis. So we use a combination of the two. All right, still talking about, improving business processes. Now, I want to talk briefly about the limitation of existing business process improvement methodologies. And the main limitation lies in what we call the act of improving a business process. Now, a process is said to be improved when there is a positive change in the effectiveness and efficiency of the business process. And this is evidenced by relevant improvement measures such as reduction in time, cost, adaptability, reduced complexity, flexibility, and so on. I like the way Peter Drucker defined efficiency. He said efficiency is doing things right, and effectiveness is doing things the right way. All right. So now talking about the act of improving a business process. Now the thing is, the act of improving is systematically moving from the current business process to the to-be or the improved business process. Now, the act of improving the business process means that this has to be done in a systematical way, such that you can follow some guidelines and steps, and these steps would lead you towards improving the business process. Now, the limitation of existing BPM methodologies is that they provide the guidelines, but then at some point a miracle happens. What I mean by a miracle then is that you have to rely on your creativity or experience to be able to attain or reach the next level of your business process. And because of our experiences differ, our creativity, there's disparity in our level of creativity. And as a result of that, a lot of people find it difficult to bridge that gap. And that's one of the limitations of the existing BPM methodologies. Just to mention a few, for example, popular BPM methodologies, we have lean thinking, for example. Lean thinking has to do with, in summary, it has to do with adding value or providing value for the customer by optimizing the resources, the people, the effort, and the energy of the organization or business. That's a summary of lean thinking. And lean thinking is built on top of 5 core principles. Number 1 is to understand customer value. In other words, only customers' perception of value counts. Anything that is not valued by the customer is regarded as non-adding value activity. Of course, we have what we call business value. In other words, it may not be, the customer may not find it valuable, but it's valuable to the business. Okay, that is also put into consideration. But outside of those 2 things, any other thing is non-value adding activity, and that should be eliminated to keep the process lean. Another principle of lean thinking is value stream analysis. In other words, we analyze the business process in order to determine which ones actually add value to the customer. And then any non-value adding activity or any non-value adding activity to the business is eliminated. Okay, then the flow here means that, that the product flows continually through the production or supply chain by standardizing the processes around best practices. What that means is that, you know, the time is given to innovative and creative thinking to keep the flow going. Okay, then the fourth one is pull. The pull there means that no work is carried out unless there is a demand from the customer, unless there's a demand for it. So unless there's a demand towards the, towards the downstream. So there's a pool of demand. So unless that is in place, for example, let's say a lot of companies adopt a module where they don't keep anything in store. They only make, for example, what's this business model? Drop shipping, for example. In drop shipping, you don't store anything in-house. Basically, customer places the order, and the order goes directly to the supplier. And when the order is shipped, it's shipped directly to the customer, not the middleman. So that is, so unless there is a demand, there is no pool. So that is what that principle entails, and that gets rid or eliminates storage houses or storage places, basically. And then the last one is perfection, which is managing towards perfection. All right, I don't want to dwell too much on this. The next one is another common principle or BPM methodology is Six Sigma, which is built again on 5 core principles, which are: number 1, define. You define what is important in your business. Number 2, you measure it. In other words, how are we doing it? So you want to define your own metrics. You want to define your KPIs, your key performance indicators. And that enables you to measure the performance of the business. And then you analyze what is wrong. There are so many techniques you can use to analyze. I mentioned those earlier, whether you want to use qualitative or quantitative analysis techniques. Again, those are applicable to Six Sigma. And then improve what needs to be done. And then lastly, control. How do we sustain the improvements? So these are the core principles of Six Sigma. And if you like, you can amalgamate Lean and Six Sigma to form Lean Six Sigma. All right, it's a combination of the 2 methodologies. Now, the third one I want to talk about very quickly is Kaizen. Now, Kaizen is a Japanese word which means continuous improvement. It was introduced in Japan at the time of the recovery after the Second World War. And so it has 4 core principles, which are: number 1, plan. You plan what you want to do, you do it, you check it against some KPIs, and then you act. In other words, based on small improvements. You act based on the improvements that needs to be made. Okay. Now, like I said, the downside of these methodologies is that, yes, these guidelines are there, these core principles are there, but the challenge is that we still have to apply our creativity and experience to be able to move from the as-is business process and to the to-be. So there is no systematic way of achieving the end. So which is why we talked about, okay, how can we create a framework, a methodology that can assist anyone, whether you're a practitioner, a business analyst, a business person, or to be able to improve your own business process. And we came up with what we call SNATCH framework. And I'll explain what SNATCH means. Now, SNATCH is an acronym that stands for simulation, S for simulation, N and A for network analysis, C for control flow complexity, and H for heuristics. And I will explain what SNATCH entails. With SNATCH, we've used SNATCH to improve the admission process of higher education institution, and we've seen tremendous improvements in terms of cost saving, in terms of cycle time reduction, in terms of simplifying the process and increasing flexibility of the business. Flexibility is another word for adaptability, all right? So let's talk more about SNATCH. Now, SNATCH was built on what we call mandatory elements of a method, MEM. MEM is for method engineering. and it comprises of 5 elements that address the issues surrounding the unstructured approach to business process improvement. Now, each element of the method supports the actual act of process improvement, and the elements are what we call procedure, technique, role, result, and information model. I don't have plans to go into all those because they are quite technical and I don't want to bore you with those technical details. So let's go straight to the Snatch framework, the main elements. So if you hit start here, okay, so if you click on start here, and then we create the ASIS process model. Now, before we create the ASIS, I mean the current business process model, before we create that, we have to elicit requirements. We have to gather customer requirements. We have to understand what the business is. And then we can use some, once the requirements are gathered, we can use analysis techniques to be able to further analyze the requirements so that we can come up with specification for the business. Once we are able to come up, there are many techniques for that. We can use use case modeling. We can use data flow diagrams, DFDs, to be able to further analyze the requirements. And then the as-is business process model is created. Now, at Snatch, we subscribe to the use of BPMN, that's business process modeling notation, as a language for creating the model. The reason why we choose BPMN over other business process modeling techniques, for example, role activity diagrams and the rest of them, we choose BPMN over them because BPMN is very expressive and is rich to capture the various complexities of business processes, of any business process, basically. So the ASIS business process model is created using BPMN, and then we'll proceed to the next stage, which is run simulation. Now, remember when I was talking about qualitative and quantitative analysis metrics, simulation is part of those quantitative analysis metrics. And we choose simulation, we prefer simulation. And the reason for preferring simulation above other ones is because simulation helps to capture the business process. It helps to measure the time and the cost and resource utilization. For example, you can measure the number of the members of staff you need to employ to be able to carry out a certain set of activities within your business. And that reason for choosing simulation is because it has what we call validation and performance evaluation capabilities, which helps to, which actually helps to give a performance measure of the business in terms of the cost, the time, and the number of resources required to perform a particular activity. Okay, so now in order to define the simulation, before we run the simulation, we have to define the simulation parameters. That the parameters are based on historic data. For example, historic data such as the number of employees in the organization, the number of people required to perform or fulfill a particular task. Data such as how long it takes to create a product, market a product, sell a product, and so on and so forth. So this data can be fed into the simulation tool. Now, for the simulation tool, we prefer Visagi Studio. Is really, really good and efficient when it comes to simulating a business process. And also with Visagi, you can run what-if analysis. What-if analysis such as you can create different scenarios, run them on the simulation tool, and they can begin to compare these scenarios to be able to know which one is the best fit for your business. Okay, so once the simulation is run, the result is obtained and is stored here. And then we go to, let me get my laser pointer again. And then we go to what we call control flow complexity. Now, the control flow complexity helps to calculate the complexity of the business process, the logical complexity. And I'll show you, again, I don't want to go into too much detail about this, but this helps us to tell or to know how complex a business process is. The more complex a business process is, the more difficult for your staff to engage with it, and the more money you spend. So you want to simplify your process as much as possible so that it's, you know, it's just simple for everyone. It makes perfect sense. So we need to measure the complexity of the business by calculating it, and there's a formula for it, which I will show you later, and then that is stored. Again, going back to the BPMA, now let me quickly add this, that the blue boxes here represent the primary activities, and the orange boxes here represent the secondary activities. Now, the next stage here is downscale projection. Now, what we mean here is we want to apply what we call complex network analysis. Complex network analysis is another field entirely, which we have tried to, which was actually imported into business process management. Complex network analysis is a field that helps you, analyze, for example, social networking. For example, complex network metrics can be used to analyze social network. In other words, the number of friends or contacts you have on your social media platform. Or complex network analysis is also, the metrics are applicable to, for example, if you want to, if, for example, road is being constructed and the construction engineers want to map out alternative roads. In other words, the roads that could be alternative roads. So what they can do is they can use complex network analysis to measure the nearest alternative routes to the one they're currently working on. So they normally use complex network analysis metrics to do that. Now we've applied the same principle to Snatch to be able to measure, use certain metrics to measure the performance of the business process. And to do that, what we did was let me show you. Let's say, for example, this is a business process, admission process of UK higher education institution. And we wanted to, oh no, this is the business process. This is a collaborative business process. That is the university, UCAS, and UCAS and applicant, that's student, potential students. And then applying complex network analysis, this business process has been transformed to this network of nodes. Okay. Now, in order to, so the red here indicates UCAS, the green indicates applicants, and then the blue here indicates the university. Now, we came up with an algorithm for this projection, and these activities become nodes, information flows become links. Gateways in the business process model, pools, lanes, details are not considered. Nodes or document links containing extra information are also not considered. Sub-processes can be modeled as sub-networks, but again, not considered. Start, end nodes, databases, and other systems are not considered. And then we also need to decide on the type of relationship between the nodes, whether it is directed or non-directed. We choose directed networks, and that's because that captures the details of the business process modeling notation. Okay, so when we apply this algorithm, this is what it does. It helps to translate or transform the business process from here to, from this to what we have here. All right, again, don't worry about the details. We will figure out the details. Well, I'm just letting you know how Snatch works and how it has helped organizations to be able to improve their business process. Okay, so going back to this, so the network is downscaled, and the projection rules, which is the algorithms, the algorithm is applied, and then we perform network analysis, which contain a number of metrics to measure the performance of the network. So we use, for example, density. The more, the density of the network, for example, this is a relative, well, this is not so dense, actually. The density is inversely proportional to flexibility. So the more dense the network, the less flexibility, the less flexible it is. The goal is to reduce the density so that flexibility can increase. If flexibility increases, then the business is easier for the business to adapt. For example, to COVID-19 pandemic, it's easier for the management to adapt the businesses to be able to adapt to policies, government policies, or adapt to market changes. All right, let's carry on. Okay, so we move on to, so the results are obtained and stored in here. And then we identify the weaknesses in the structure of the business process. We make note of these weaknesses, and then we modify the assist business process based on all the weaknesses, based on the metrics, the things we've identified. And then we can go on to the next stage, which is apply relevant business process heuristics to modified model. Now, the H here stands for heuristics. Now, these heuristics were gleaned from business process improvement best practices, industry best practices, and we're able to extract 29 of them. We put them in a catalog, and then we match the 29 against the business process we're trying to improve. So we choose the relevant ones, we apply them to the business process, and then that would even help to further improve the business process. And then we create the to-be business process model. And so once the to-be is created, you can see the dotted line. We go through this process again by running a simulation to obtain, based on simulation parameters, the results are obtained and stored. We do the downscale projection. We perform network analysis. All the results are stored in here. So we have the result of the assist business process and the to-be business process. Both of them are compared to be able to measure the extent of the improvements and then end the whole process. So once we use what we call reversed Y quadrangle. What this means is that this is a quadrangle, and this quadrangle contains 4 quantitative measurable concepts, which are complexity, time, cost, and flexibility. So we want to measure how much time it takes for the business process to be run, how much it costs, how complex it is, and the flexibility of the business. Now, it is called reversed Y because if you look at the Y axis here, it's reversed. So instead of starting from 0, 0, 5, 10, 15, 20, it's reversed to make it 45, 40, 35, and so on. The reason for that is because flexibility, the higher the, if we have a high flexibility, if flexibility is increased, that's what we want. Now, if you look at this, if you look at this phase space or the volume of this shape here, this orange one is as is, the green is it to be. A process is optimized, or we can measure the extent of the optimization or the efficiency of the business process if this space or shape shrinks or gets smaller. So we can see that the to-be business process is smaller than the as is, and that's because the process has improved. So that is what we want to achieve. So you can actually visualize the improvement of a business process. And to be able to achieve this, we needed to reverse the flexibility so that if the flexibility is increased, then the shape reduces in size. And that's the reason for the reverse here. I hope that makes sense to everyone. All right, so let's move on to, so with this reverse quadrangle, we can measure the improvement of the business process. Now, majority of business process improvement methodologies lack this feature. And we decided to make it to ensure that Snatch Framework has this feature so that practitioners, business analysts, business people can measure their improvements. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Moving on. So we applied and adjust a case study to let us see that this Snatch Framework is applicable to any industry, any sector. We've applied it to the educational sector. We have a collaborative business process here, the admission process, specifically clearing process. I'm not sure if we are familiar with clearing, but I haven't got too much time to explain clearing, but it's part of the UK admission process. So this is the business process model. And then the algorithm to reduce the business process to a network of nodes was applied. So we have a network of the admission process. Yes, this algorithm for projection was applied to be able to get this. And then we'll move on to the metrics to measure the improvement in terms of complexity and flexibility. I also mentioned heuristics, which were extracted from industry best practices of industry best practice. Now, I only have 5 here just to share with you so that I don't know, it might benefit someone. You can apply this to improve your business process. One of them is control relocation. What that means is that move some operational control that is part of the business process towards the customer. For example, a lot of businesses do this where they move things to online. For example, energy companies, if you have queries or things you want to do, they normally advise you to go online to do it. And that's because they're trying to relocate control to the customer so that things like that could be done online. Another heuristic is control reduction, reduce the number of contacts with customers and third parties. Now, this saves a huge amount of time. Imagine the number of times, the amount of time you spend with your customers, talking to them on phone and all that. Yes, the customers should be looked after, but this process can be automated. Okay, so control reduction rather. The third heuristic here is integration with the business process of the customer or supplier. Again, this is part of automation, and this increases efficiency and time and cycle time. Another heuristic is, resequencing, that is moving tasks to more appropriate places. So think about the business process. What tasks can be moved around such that the business can be run or the process can be run more efficiently. And then the last one is extra resources. If capacity is not sufficient, consider increasing the number of resources. That will increase efficiency. It may cost you more money, but it will get the job done. Your customers become happier and you can reach your business goal. Okay. Now, looking at the complete metric selection, like I said, I was going to show you the formula for complexity. I'm sorry if this sounds a bit complex, but yeah, don't worry about this complex, details is for us to figure out. We use simulation to determine the time and cost. Complexity is in 2 dimensions. The logical complexity, we use control flow complexity defined by Cardoso, is a researcher, and that's the formula for control flow complexity. And then we use structural complexity, which is determined from network analysis. We use the size and diameter, the average of the sum of the size and diameter. And then the total complexity is the sum of the control flow complexity and the structural complexity, and then we find the average of the 2. And then the flexibility, which is the adaptability of the business, is the inverse of density. All right. So still talking about, so here, this is a to-be admission process. We run the to-be admission process through the whole process. And then, yeah, that is the projected network diagram. And then these are the figures obtained. So we can see here, now this time here is the amount of time required to perform a particular activity. In the course of the business process improvement activity, we're able to identify a non-value activity, and that was eliminated. And so this time has been saved. So we have 100% time saving here. Now the cost of running, now this case study was only run for one department within the whole, within a faculty of the university. So that's why the figure here is small. So the cost to run, what's it called? To run, the cost of running clearing for a period of 3 days is about £12,000. That amount of money has been saved, reduced to £7,000. That is about 49.59% saving. Complexity has been reduced by 52%, and flexibility increased by 10.35%. So this is quantitative measures. All right. Now, this is visualizing the business process improvement. We can see that the to-be business process has reduced in size. This shows that the business process has been optimized. You can measure it, which is a good thing. One of the good things about Snatch. I think I have 1 more minute. I'm rounding up now. So in conclusion, so we've been able to talk about the need for continuous improvement. Every CEO should consider improving their business process every 2 years, at least every 2 years. In fact, with the kind of competition we have in the market right now, it's been recommended that CEOs should improve their business perhaps between 6 months and 1 year. Number two, we've talked about the limitations of existing BPI methodologies, which mainly is about insufficient capability to support the actual act of process improvements. And then C, we've talked about how to improve your business process using the Snatch framework. Snatch provides systematic approach to BPI. And then lastly, we've talked about Snatch can be used in any industry alongside other methodologies. And Snatch also includes 29 BPI industry best practices. Okay, so these are my references. And I believe that you've benefited from this talk. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate. You can send me an email. Like my email is being displayed right now. You can visit my LinkedIn profile and you can contact me via my mobile phone number. Once again, thank you for listening. That's all from me right now. Thank you, Catherine. Over to you
so
now.
much. That was really, really interesting. No, there were so many bits in there that I'd never even considered. So yeah, that was really good, an eye-opener. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Do you have a stand, Toyin?
Yes, I have an exhibition stand, yes.
Okay, fantastic, brilliant. So people, if they want to ask you any questions following this or follow up in any way, they can go and visit your stand and you can chat to them.
Absolutely, yes.
Fantastic, lovely. Thank you so much for joining. It was lovely to hear you talk.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Sabrina.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hello, how are you doing?
Thank you.
Good, good. It's rather warm today, isn't it?
I am absolutely enjoying it.
Oh, I bet, I bet. Do you know, I'm not very good in the blazing sun, but I love the warmth. So if I'm in some shade, I am happy as Larry.
I'm absolutely enjoying it.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, so some housekeeping bits before we get started. I'm just going to make you co-host now. So you will be able to control the session just like I can. I will admit any visitors that pop in, but you can also control that if you wish. You will also be able to share your screen. Oh, fantastic. I was just about to say, do you want to try it? You're ahead of me.
I am doing it now, so I don't have to do anything else other than present.
Oh, fantastic. No, that's good. So I can literally see 2 slides at the moment, and there's a timer at the top. So is it supposed to look like that, or do you just want 1 slide on at a time?
Well, it's sharing the wrong screen, which is why I check. I should check. So why am I sharing the wrong screen? Because I was not looking at. Okay,
That's better. Just flick onto the next slide, just so we can make sure that it kind of flows and works and things. Yeah, that's brilliant. That's working. Excellent. Now, just to make you aware, the participants at the bottom, if you see a low number, don't panic. So how it works, I don't know if you've attended any of the talks so far that have been happening.
It's being broadcast, so yeah, no, I'm not concerned.
Excellent, that's brilliant. When they come into the auditorium, they can just watch the live stream, so they don't necessarily join into the Zoom. But when I do your little introduction, I do encourage it. So yeah, if you get people joining, fantastic, but people are watching, so don't panic.
No, I'm not concerned about that. It's more the workshop actually that I'm running after this. It's like, oh, I hope people join the room because it's interactive.
Right.
Hopefully people will be in the room, but we'll see.
Yeah. Do you have a stand as well, Sabrina?
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant. So what I would say at the end, if you can sort of say, I'm on such and such a stand, and then if they've got any questions and things like that afterwards, then they can follow up with you through that route as well.
Okay.
Excellent. So just to double check your topic, so I've got you down as topic negotiating for business success. Is that correct, or do you want any tweaks?
No. Yeah.
Fantastic, that's fine. And also, just with regards to the workshop, do you want to stop your talk and then rejoin at 1, and then I'll reintroduce you at 1 for the workshop? Does that sound okay?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Can you hear me perfectly fine?
Yeah, no problems at all.
Okay.
How are you finding the show so far?
So this is my day of joining everything, because it's been a pretty crazy week.
Right.
I've had a chance to join today. We'll be lingering around for the rest of the day, so it's been quite good.
Excellent, brilliant. Yeah, there's so many different kind of elements to explore. It's interesting.
And how have you been finding it?
It's good. It's busy, very busy. I have quite a lot of visitors. So yeah, it's just kind of like, if people have got questions, like where do I find this, and how do I get to that place and things like that. So we're just helping people in that respect. But also obviously welcoming all the keynote speakers and listening to their talks. It's been amazing. There's been such a variety. Yeah, it's been great.
I can imagine. Lots of varied topics, lots of different people, lots of movement.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we've had things from like we had a guy from the European Space Agency yesterday. We've had someone talking about dealing with menopause. We've had people talking about marketing techniques. So it's been completely from one end of the spectrum to the other. It's great.
I didn't access this. I'm not sure why this. Why is this? Let's see.
Okay, so what we'll do, I will give it another couple of minutes. We'll leave it to roughly about 1 minute past, just to allow anyone that if they do want to dial into the Zoom, or they can just get comfortable where they are in the auditorium, then yeah, we'll make a start from there. But I'll give you a little heads up before I start.
Okay. I'll just let the screen do that then. And then
Yeah.
it's acting funny on this end, but I'll leave it alone for now.
Okay, we'll just give it another sort of 30 seconds or so, and then we will go. Can I just check, Sabrina, how do I pronounce the second part of your surname?
Think Oakwood without the D, Bonego. So Oakwood Bonego.
Oakwood Bonego.
There you go.
Excellent. Okay, we'll just make a start. Okay, so welcome everyone to our Digital Age Expo. Just before I hand over to our guest speaker, I would just like to make you aware that this session is being recorded for those of you who are unable to make the specific time slots for the speaker. And these will be going onto YouTube, so be able to watch them retrospectively. We're also live streaming, so if you're currently sat in the auditorium watching, I would recommend that if you could click the Join Now button, it'll just allow you to get involved with any interactive elements of the session, and you'll be able to use the chat facility at the bottom to ask any questions, or put your contact details and things like that in there. Okay, so I am delighted to be able to hand over to Sabrina Clark, who is the managing partner of Build Global. She's going to be doing an amazing talk about negotiating for business success. So over to you, Sabrina.
Thank you. And hello, everyone. Welcome to the Digital Expo. I'm excited to be here and to participate in the sessions today and also learn from the other speakers. So a warm welcome to you. My name is Sabrina Clark Oku-Bonego, and I am the managing partner of Build Global. A little bit about me. So I am a strategist. I have built my subject matter expertise across strategy, transformation, as well as change through various industries such as management consultancy with Ernst & Young, all the way through to financial services in terms of the investment bank at Barclays. I'm a small business advocate. I believe that small and medium businesses are the heartbeat of a thriving economy, and opportunities like today and conferences like today give us an opportunity to see just how diverse and how great SMEs are. Also, I am very much about leadership accountability and creating space. I sit on a number of boards, chair of the board of Liberally. I'm a Royal Society of Arts and Manufacture Fellow, among other things. I am supported by an amazing global team of consultants in Build Global who provide stellar services. So who is Build Global exactly? We are a boutique consultancy that provides corporate services, a corporate strategy, a business transformation, supply diversity services to corporate companies and SMEs. We partner with our clients to really transform their companies, and our vision is to build businesses that last. We have been trading formally now for 4 years. However, when I started Build Global, I was working for one of the companies that I listed earlier. And the day that I got my promotion, That night, I went home and registered my company on Companies House. And the vision for me was to build an organization that really brought together the things that I enjoy, the services that I love, which are strategy, transformation, and also supplier diversity, because I believe very strongly that resilient businesses, businesses that are going to be future focused and last, are sustainable. And so with that, we are trusted to advise, trusted to consult, design, and execute. Through my interactions with various business leaders, founders, CEO, being a witness to some of the largest transformation and complex transformation projects in corporate companies, and also as a business owner myself, one of the things I have realized, particularly within the last year, is that the ability to negotiate and negotiate effectively is increasingly a fundamental critical skill to have. Now, one can argue, well, the ability to negotiate has always been a critical skill. This is definitely true. However, what we have seen, particularly over the last 12 months, this is not an optional extra. This is not something you can just wing. The ability to effectively negotiate is quite critical. And so I'll spend the next few minutes of my time discussing with you for business success actually means. But let's take a step back and look at what the deal landscape has looked like over the past few years, and particularly in the last year. The world is full of deals, and they continue to get more complex. That is industry agnostic, regardless of what industry you're sitting in. The deals are coming through, and they are getting more complex. So for example, in the tech industry, global tech merger and acquisition deals totaled $634.1 billion just in 2020. That was an increase of 91.8% year on year. And so what global data is telling us is that not only did global tech as an industry have a significant year, that was just 2020. As we move into the first 6 months of 2021, the deal trends seem to be the same. Now, those of you who may be like me, I'm always interested in deals within in the news. Here are some deals that you may have seen. So Zoom purchased a cloud call center Five9, and that was for 14.7 billion. This is 2021. This is this year. So we're not talking about 2020. We're talking about the deals that are happening, that have happened this year so far. Also, Microsoft, July 13th this month, acquired, the formal announcement was for the acquiring of a cybersecurity firm called RiskIQ, and that was for $500 million. Amazon, AWS, Amazon purchases Wickr, which is an encrypting service. And this was for an undisclosed amount, which I thought was quite interesting. And again, still this month, but Amazon is acquiring a message encrypting service. And those of us who look at deal flows, one could argue, I wonder if Amazon wants to compete with Facebook and WhatsApp, but I digress. That deal happens. But also, while global tech is quite thriving in the deal transactions, so is the UK specifically. British firms hit the highest level this year in terms of takeover activity. And we are just 6 months into the new year. What did those deals look like? You had Philip Morris International making a $1 billion offer to UK pharma firm Vectora. Also, EA is buying Codemasters for $1.2 billion to take the lead in the racing gaming market. Also had Country Life Publisher raising a profit forecast of $594 million, taking over Go Compare, Look After My Bills owner GoCo Group. What's interesting is we are seeing deals across industries, so not just tech, in publishing, and also in retail. Morrisons, for example, agrees to a takeover bid of $6.3 billion. Now, with all of these huge amount of money deal transactions happening within the world, is not just all roses and profit. Sitting on behind these deals are the suppliers who service them, are the SMEs, are the sole traders. And so when deals like of this size and complexity happens, there were other relationships to manage. So for instance, with Morrisons, Morrisons had to write farmers to assure them that the relationships in the supermarket chain will still be established, even though there is a US takeover on the horizon. And so deals are not always about profit, they're about managing relationship, and sometimes they are also about loss. And so what we also saw in 2020 was loss. There are a lot of organizations that went into administration, and that administration wasn't specific to one sector, but there was a bunch of sectors that were impacted by that. One of the sectors impacted disproportionately, I would say, was the retail. And there were several examples of where either there was a loss of revenue, loss of team, a combination of the two. So an examples being Bon Marche, also Topshop, Arcadia Group, Debenhams also experiencing loss. And so why do I bring all of these deals to the forefront? Why have I taken time to go through all of these deals? Because before every merger, acquisition, or administration, there was a negotiation. And so we see these deals in the newspapers, we hear about them on Twitter, on social media. If you're following any of the Financial Times, etc., we see these big, grand numbers, 500 million, 6.3 billion. Before they get to the point of announcement, there was a negotiation, there was a structuring. As a matter of fact, those of us who have been working from home, that has been a negotiation. Those with families have been negotiating Zoom time and negotiating teaching and homeschooling and all the various things that have happened within the pandemic, or certainly over the past 12 months. In addition to that, the volume of negotiations have increased since the pandemic started, but also not in just the big deal areas, in all areas, particularly for SMEs. So negotiating or renegotiating lease agreements, renegotiating rents or mortgage, renegotiating payment terms, both from people paying you and also those whom you may have had to pay, as well as negotiating tax with HMRC. You know, there are a lot of organizations, certainly over the past 12 months and within the pandemic, who've experienced significant growth and significant scale. Also, there were organizations who experienced loss and had to close. I am a boutique consultancy owner, and just within the consultancy space, 20% of consultancy businesses closed last year. And so while that happened within my industry in particular, behind either the closure or the scale, there was a negotiation. And so what does that then mean going forward? That's what I've said earlier, the ability to effectively negotiate is one of the most critical leadership skills today. And if it was something that was of interest or people were interested in before, it is something that you must be able to do effectively now. And so with that context being set, what does negotiating for business success mean? And so what I mean by that is negotiating for business success is creating value and win-wins for the commercial and reputational benefit of your business. Again, the commercial and reputational benefit of your business. What we're seeing with the patterns of deal making as a result of the pandemic is that negotiation is just not, the deal, you make money, you exchange, you move on. There are other elements that come into play. So there's a commercial element and also the reputational element. And so what does creating value look like? What does win-win look like for you within your respective business? Certainly for me as a business owner, win-win has evolved. When I first started, when I was, and I'm still technically a startup because I'm 4 years into trading. But when I first started, when I was looking for that first client, for me, the win-win was just getting the client. I needed to have money, I needed to have cash flow. And so long as I had that to me was the win-win because I had this money coming into the business. Getting from that point now to 4 years later, while cash flow still continues to be king, it is also about what are the deals going to do to enable the strategy of Build Global? What does it do to enable my growth? What does it do to enable the reputation and how we are positioned as an organization? So there are a number of factors for me that go into the negotiation conversation, whereas in the beginning of this journey, it was about, let me get a check cut so I can have money in my bank account so I can pay the people who work for me, with me, etc. And so as a business owner, wherever you are in your journey, it can and should involve. So, but let's get specific. So what is the environment for which we should be setting as business owners values and win-wins? One of the things that have certainly happened over the past, I would say 3 to 4 years is this rise of the sharing economy and partnerships amongst SMEs. And with that partnership, we've also had competition, but we also have cooperation. And I would say that is one of the first things you want to consider when you are thinking about creating value and win-wins. It is about cooperation. It's also about competition. Smart, effective business owners that excel know that they can't do it alone. So as you are forming partnerships, forming complementary services, either merging or acquiring, depending on what it is that you're doing, within that cooperation, in some cases, come competition, and within that competition comes cooperation. It is absolutely okay and necessary for it to be both. In business, you are competing. At the same time, there is cooperation. And sometimes when you do form partnerships, you are negotiating within the context and the framework of that partnership. The other thing to consider as well is being focused on outcomes. I intimated earlier that for me as a business owner, I evolved in my thinking in terms of what I wanted my outcomes to be when it comes to a negotiation situation. And with that, it went from cutting a check to all the other things I need to consider in terms of the deals and the relationships that I have, and relationships to the point that I'll come to later in my talk. But for now, what are the outcomes? What are the commercial outcomes? What are the reputational outcomes? What is it that you want to get from this deal that is going to enable your company to move forward? How is this deal creating value for you as well as the individual or individuals on the other side of the negotiating table? So really being focused on the outcome, not just the deal making within that process. The other thing to think about as well is win-win is not equal. It can be very close, exceptionally close, like we are seeing in this race in front of us, but it does not mean equal. And so what do I mean by that specifically? Win-wins and winning in a negotiation is not one person gets a slice of the pie and therefore there are only 10 slices left. Not at all. Negotiations aren't fixed. And so you need to then think through what is win-win for you. And I'll come onto this in more detail in just a second. But when you are negotiating for business success, it is about you winning. Winning in the context of cooperation, if it's relevant, winning in the context of competition, if it's relevant, winning in the context of outcomes, if that's also relevant, but it does not mean equal. And it's important to make that distinction. The other thing for you to think through is really about refining your authentic negotiation style. Now, I'm a huge Marvel fan and will try to insert Marvel in almost anything that I do. And in this particular picture, this comes from Endgame, and this is where Bruce Banner and the Hulk finally just come together to be one entity. And there's one line in Endgame where when he says specifically, I just decided to just accept it. And so too, when it comes to your negotiation style, you should be focusing on refining your own style as it is. Sometimes people have this idea of what it means to be an effective negotiator that steps away from their core style. And so negotiating for business success, creating value, having win-wins is really also about refining your authentic style, because a win is a win if you are you. And so being very clear about what is my style, how to refine my authentic style in order to make that work for me, in order for me to be effective with what I need to do in order to make this deal process work and move forward. And so those are the key things for you to start to consider. Think about creating an environment where there is cooperation and competition. Create an environment where you are focused on outcomes, and creating an environment where you can refine your own authentic negotiation style and work within the authenticity of your style. And once you've done that, once you've understood that context and start to facilitate in that way when it comes to your negotiations, then you can start moving to the more practical things, which is, first of all, making sure that you are assessing your needs. You have to start with you first. I've mentioned this before, but it's very important for you to start with you first. And you first, not in the context of what the other person or other people at the negotiating table might want, but what do you need? What do you need from this? What is the commercial benefit? What is the reputational benefit? What does the outcome look like? Really assess your needs first and foremost, in isolation and exclusion from any and everything else. Then move on to their wants. So once you assess your needs, you want to also then understand their wants, because what you will then start to do is to plan effectively. Plan your strategy as to how you're going to get your needs, and also plan how you are going to create an environment or a structure where it is a win-win, where you are providing and giving some of their wants, but you are also addressing your core needs. So being able to do two at the same time. But also, as you are doing that, you want to mind the gap. Mind the gap between your wants, their needs, your objectives, and their objectives. You should not be compromising what you want and need. You should be thinking through, where is it that I want to go? Where do we need to go? And what is the gap between the two? What do they want? What may the conversation look like? What is the context of the conversation? What is the context of this negotiation? How can I be effective in this negotiation, knowing what I want and what is the gap between their needs? And if there is a big delta between the two, you want to mind that gap. How do you get to the point of where you want to go? It is not necessarily meeting in the middle, because people typically sometimes think that as well. It's not about meeting in the middle. It's about meeting in the point where everybody could have a win-win. That doesn't mean it's equal, but you have a win and they have a win. And everybody walks away from that negotiation feeling as though you've come to what I always like to call constructive agreement. Nobody's, always happy, but everybody has constructively agreed that we are happy with what is on the table. And by constructive agreement, I mean there's just a little bit of tension in there, but everybody walked away feeling, yes, we feel like this is a win for us. The other party feels like it's a win for them, and everybody moves on. The other thing to think about is, planning for the short and long term. And so by being outcomes focused, what that does is it makes you think about what the long term looks like, but also what the short term is. And so I'll use myself again as an example of this. I have always had the ability to do both. However, the first couple of years into trading within the business, I was very short-term focused when it came to making sure I'm building the Build Global portfolio. On the back end of that, building that portfolio meant it was long-term credibility. But in the short term, I wanted to make sure we were getting money, getting pence, getting pounds into the business, building the portfolio, being reputable. How did that manifest or impact the deals that I was making? And so when I would sit around the negotiation table, particularly as a startup, pricing and fees always comes up. And it probably still comes up now, it still comes up today. But the concessions I was able to make at the beginning of the journey versus what I do today aren't the same. So for example, I would go around the negotiation table knowing that I would have a range for which my fee structure would be. There was a line that I would absolutely not go below at all, my reservation point. I will absolutely not be charged less or charge less than X amount, because I understood the value of the service that we are providing, or we were providing to that client. But at the same time, in order to remain competitive, to get doors open, to have a little flexibility, there were some concessions that I made, still within my range, not below my reservation point, but concessions that I made in terms of fees. What that did in the long term was able to build relationships, allowed me to go back to the negotiation table, which I absolutely did, to then renegotiate the higher fee point that was required for the business. And so when you're thinking through what your short versus long-term objectives and goals may be, you want to think through that as you are entering the negotiation conversation. Also, relationships. I mentioned this a lot so far as I've been speaking, but relationships are part of the plan. And so you want to think about, where you want to take this relationship. Is it just this one-off negotiation? It's short, quick deal flow, we move on. Or is this a relationship that you want to build, establish, work with, nurture, grow? And both are true, both are right, and both are relevant for all business owners, depending on where you are. And so always ensure that your relationships are also part of your plan. It also affects your authentic style. Depending on how you want to manage, you shouldn't change your style, but your tone, if it's formal, informal, will be based on the relationship. How you structure your deal, how you structure the negotiation will also be built on the type of relationship you want to have. The final thing is you want to know your line. It is a tightrope sometimes. It can be a tightrope. It can be very close within the process, but you want to know your line. Where are you not going below? It's very important that you understand what your lines are. Where are you not going below when it comes to fees? Where are you not going below when it comes to bundling deals? Where are you not going below when it comes to values and ethics? There's a range of things you want to know before you then go to the negotiation table, because you're planning effectively and positioning yourself to really negotiate for business success. And so know your line, know where you want to go, know where you're not going to go below. Walk that tightrope, because it can be a tightrope at times when you are at the table and having these negotiating conversations. And so I want to close by saying this. Sometimes when people think about negotiations and what negotiations may look and feel like, it's sometimes walking with lions or walking into the lion's den. And as you can see here from the image, everyone is still walking forward, the lions and the beautiful model walking with them. And so negotiations don't have to be intimidating. You can walk with lions, you can walk at the negotiating table, you can walk behind the party, whichever way is going to make you feel comfortable. But you want to make sure that you are creating business, creating value, having win-wins, and that is what negotiating for business success does. And so thank you very much for joining the conversation today. Negotiating for Business Success is also a workshop. You can find more about that at my digital booth, where you can join me in just a few minutes. I'm also here for the next couple of minutes if you have any questions, and you can visit buildglobal.com to learn more about us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabrina. That was wonderful. That was really interesting. And I particularly loved that bit at the end, the video with the lions. It's so true, because it can be so daunting, can't it? But yeah, if you've got the right strategies, then yeah, definitely it can help. So no, thank you so much. That was brilliant. And I look forward to seeing you at 1 o'clock for your workshop.
Wonderful. And also I forgot to invite people to the workshop. So I'm having a taster session in 30 minutes. So if you want to have a taster session of how to apply some of the practical things that I discussed, you can join me in 30 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'll see you shortly.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Sabrina.
Hi,
Are you okay?
I'm good. I'm
Good,
good.
good.
Close
What I'm going to do, I'm going to make you co-host again.
Okay.
And it worked perfectly for your talk. There was no issues whatsoever. So that all worked well. Okay, everything's set up there. Good, good, good. Okay, so we've got like just under 10 minutes or so. So obviously if you want to grab a water or anything like that, or if you've got any questions for me, feel free.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I don't think it was updated on the website because it said negotiating for business success twice, but one is the keynote, one's a workshop, but it didn't say.
Right.
So it looks like it's the same thing twice. I'm not sure if that's been updated.
Oh, let me have a look.
And also you forgot to say the second half of my surname.
I know, I'm so sorry. Do you know why? Do you know why that happened? It's because we got sent a spreadsheet of all the rooms of speakers that were going to be on. And the second half of your surname wasn't on there. That's why it threw me when I spoke to you and I saw your presentation and I saw the bit of your name and I thought, oh, I've not seen that. I need to sort of ask how to pronounce it. And I wrote it down, that literally how to say it, the pronunciation. And then I went off my spreadsheet. So I've updated my spreadsheet now. I do apologize about that. Right, let me just check your agenda. Right. Right, so we have a webinar room. Okay, so let me just check another place. Just bear with
So
me.
there's no participants that come into the room for this one.
Mhm.
Yeah, it'd be a short one because I have a case study in between, but if there's nobody in the room, it'll be difficult to do this one.
Okay, no problem.
But we'll make it work. Is all this going to be edited out? When it's
Yes,
long?
yeah. Don't worry. When we put them all on the onto YouTube, they're going to be cut, so it'll be like the start of your talk to the end of your talk, and then that will go on.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find your post on here.
Let me share my screen again. Let me see if it's still doing what it was doing before. Are you still seeing the two slides?
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't like that. So it doesn't like that.
That's better. I can see the one now. That's the whole screen. Okay. So in terms of your case study, is it that you need responses back sort of thing? Yeah. Okay.
to start in a minute?
Yeah, we'll just give it till 1 minute past. Just give it another 90 seconds or so, just to allow anyone, if they do join. You will also get a copy of these recordings sent to you, so you can kind of use those however you wish if you wanted to share them.
Okay, fantastic.
Just give it another minute. Okay, we will make a start. Okay, fantastic. So, hi everyone, welcome to Digital Age Expo. Just before I hand over to our guest speaker, I just want to make you aware that we are recording the session for those of you who are unable to attend the specific time slot. And those videos will be going onto YouTube, so you can watch those retrospectively. If you're currently sat in the auditorium, please, if you could click join now. It's just that this is a workshop, so there's going to be lots of interactive elements. So it'll just allow you to kind of get involved and use the chat facility, and you can kind of chat as we go along, and ask any questions as well. So now I'm absolutely delighted to be able to hand over to our guest speaker. We've got Sabrina Clark Okwu-Benego, who is the managing partner of Build Global, and she's going to be doing a workshop on negotiating for business success. So over to you, Sabrina.
Thank you very much, and welcome to a taster session on negotiating for business success. This is a full workshop that I run that's about 4 hours long, but this session is just to give you a taster as to what you can experience in the full 4 hours. And so I'm Sabrina Clark Okwu-Benego. I'm the managing partner of Build Global. I am a strategist. I've built my subject matter expertise in strategy, in business transformation, and also in business change, working for organizations and in industries such as management consultancy with Ernst & Young, through to financial services for organizations like Barclays Investment Bank. I'm also a small business advocate and believe that small businesses are the heartbeat of a thriving economy. I'm invested in leadership accountability as well as creating space. And so why Build Global? What is the organization? What is the company? Build Global is a boutique consultancy, and we provide strategy, business transformation, and supply of diversity services to corporate companies and SMEs. We partner with our clients, which is very important to us, to ensure that they are building businesses to last. And for us, it's very important that we have that trusted advisory relationship. So we are trusted to advise, trusted to consult, to design, and also execute. And so that is Build Global, that is who we are. But why negotiating for business success? It is one of the most critical leadership skills that we need. And what we're going to do over the next 30 minutes or 60 minutes, depending on how long we go, is to first of all introduce you to some practical tools on effective negotiations and practical how you can practically apply these key points. No one is going to be a master negotiator after 30 minutes or 60 minutes. This is just an introduction. And so with that, first of all, the world is full of deals and they continue to get more complex. We have several deals that we've seen over the past 12 months, over the past 18 months, the past 10 years, that range from complexity to mergers, acquisitions, people, loss, administration, etc. And the ability to effectively negotiate, as I said earlier, is one of the most critical leadership skills today. Very important that people are able to effectively negotiate. And so what are some of the common mistakes that negotiators make as they are negotiating? The first is that people leave money on the table. This is a very common thing. And sometimes at the negotiating table, what individuals will do is come, have an idea, not negotiate effectively, not research to understand the range that they could be working within or through in order to make money or make more money in this instance. And therefore, sometimes they leave money on the table. The other is settling for too little. Negotiations is just not about money. There are a number of other items that come into a deal. And without proper planning or research, individuals can sometimes settle for too little within the deal-making process. So those are just two of some of the common mistakes that people make. And so when I talk about negotiations, what do I actually mean? So like the Avengers, each negotiation has very specific characteristics. And the negotiators also have very specific styles. And so what is a negotiation? What are the characteristics you can expect from a negotiation situation? You are in a negotiation situation if there are two or more parties involved, if there is a conflict of needs and desires between two or more parties. Parties are negotiating because they think they can get a better deal than by simply accepting what the other side offers them. And parties are expecting a give and take process. So yes, there may be more situations that define a negotiation situation, but generally speaking, you are negotiating or in a negotiation situation if you have these 4 points at play. What are some of the negotiation myths then that we are dealing with? So within that situation, some people think you need to be tough, whatever and however they define toughness. A good negotiators take risks. And while someone like me, I have a very high propensity for risk, not all people or negotiators do. And so taking a risk needs to be calculated, needs to be planned, and also needs to be strategic. Everything is negotiable, another myth. No, they're not. Some things just aren't negotiable. And so having or forcing to negotiate in a situation that's not negotiable is a myth. And the other is, if you go first, you have the power. You have the power if you are well-researched, if you go first. If you just go first and throw out an arbitrary number or throw out arbitrary terms, if that's not backed up by facts, that's not backed up by research, that's not backed up by intelligence, data, evidence, no, you don't have the power. What you're actually doing is exposing ignorance and exposing a lack of skill. And so these are some of the common myths that people have when it comes to negotiations. And so now let's get practical. What do you need to do? What do you need to consider within the negotiation context? And so the first thing is a self-assessment. What do you want from the negotiation? Negotiators spend a significant amount of time thinking and being clear about what they want from a negotiation. And a core part of this is called the best alternative to the negotiated agreement, and in short, the BATNA. What is the best alternative to the negotiated agreement? So when you are coming to a negotiation table, there is a specific deal at play. And you'll know that either it's a cost, either you want to buy something, want to purchase something, want to have a specific term. So let's say you are a business owner and you are entering an RFI process for services. And you have a service range between £50,000 to, let's say, £80,000. The best alternative to the negotiated agreement within that £50,000 to an £80,000 range is anything better than £50,000. Some people in their mind will say, well, 80,000, that would be an aspiration. Not every deal will be your aspiration. If you get your aspiration, fantastic. But anything better than a 50,000 is the best alternative. A worse alternative would be going below your 50,000. That is going below what is called a reservation point. That is going below the line. And why is that the worst alternative? That's because you're dealing in a range of a 50K to 80K, but then you're going below a 50K mark. That's not the best alternative. That's actually the worst alternative, because essentially you're going below the price bracket that, or the fee that you should be. So you want to spend time being very, very clear, assessing what you want, assessing what is your best alternative to the negotiated agreement. So if we were to take that context and that thinking as to what is the best alternative in a negotiation situation, and then start to practically apply that, let's negotiate. Let's think about a situation where you can practically apply it. And I am going to use something that's completely out of business, but familiar to everyone recently, because it's easier for individuals to apply the situation. So I'm calling this the laser. We just finished the Euro finals, and some of you may remember this particular incident with Kasper Schmeichel. For those of you who are not football fans, absolutely fine. No need to worry, but those of us who are football fans may remember what was happening with the England versus Denmark match. So what's the situation? England semifinal were matched against Denmark in order to move ahead to the final match. Now, after a very intense game, I actually watched that game. It came down to a critical penalty kick that saw England's Harry Kane facing off against Denmark's Kasper Schmeichel. Kasper Schmeichel is the goalie in that situation, the gentleman with the green laser. Now, Kane initially missed the penalty, but scored on the rebound to win the match for England. However, it was uncovered that someone in the crowd was pointing a laser in Schmeichel's eyes. And this is the footage here of the laser being pointed. It was pointed on his face initially, then pointed on his eyes. And Schmeichel actually, before the penalty kick was taken, spoke to the referee about it and informed the referee about the laser. So you have an individual in the crowd who's putting a green laser in Schmeichel's eyes. Then, post the game, the Football Association fined England circa £25,000 for the disturbance. Now, if you think about this negotiation situation, you have two sides here. On the one hand, you have the Football Association and what they did. You then have England, three sides actually, then you have Denmark. So in this particular case, what I want you to think through is, let's negotiate a new fine fee. If you were to negotiate a new fine fee, what would you negotiate? So on the one hand, you have the Football Association representative. The actual fee that England was charged was circa £25,000. And let's say that for the purposes of this discussion, that you and the Football Association, you feel fine, you feel the fines make the point, they deter disturbances, you are aware that there's a growing majority who want to increase the fines, but you are fine where it is. And let's say you are a representative from the Denmark Football Club, and you see circa £25,000 as not being serious, a complete joke, actually. And you think that given the size and the profitability of all clubs, especially England, the fine should be at least 1 million for disturbances and any offenses towards players during the match. So on the one hand, you have an association saying £25,000 is fine. On the other hand, you have potentially a football club saying, actually, it should be 1 million. How do you then negotiate a new fee? What should you then be thinking through? You should be thinking through what is actually the best alternative to the negotiated agreement here. If you are on the FA or the Football Association, the best alternative would be potentially keeping your fine the way it is. Is it realistic though? Probably not, because if you just say I'm staying at 25 and that is what it's going to be, thinking through relationship factors, thinking through respecting the fact that actually this did occur and there was a majority within the association that wants to increase the fine, are you sending the right message? So with negotiating for business success, the definition is creating values and win-wins, creating value and win-win for the commercial and reputational benefit of the company. So is the Football Association, let's say they wanted to stick to a circa 25K fine, when they've had a majority of individuals saying it needs to be increased, doesn't need to be $1 million, but it does need to increase. Are they creating value and win-win by holding firm to a 25K? And you can answer that question openly. Probably not. Equally, £1 million is a stretch from 25K. So is Denmark actually being realistic with a £1 million fee amount? So what would be the BATNA for Denmark? What is the best alternative for Denmark Football Club? Aspiration is 1 million, but the best alternative is to get the football fine fee raised. Why? Because it makes the point that this is an issue. They can always come back year on year to the negotiation table in order to raise the fee amount. But £1 million is actually quite a jump from a 25K. And so anything within the range of a 25K to £1 million is fair game, fair play. If, let's say, the Football Association went below 25K, it would be ridiculous, but let's say, assume they go below a fee of 25K, then that would be below the line. That's below the line for Denmark. You always need to understand what your lines are within the negotiation situation. And so within the two opposing views, opposing positions, you want to come to a place of agreement, of commitment, of constructive agreement. I like to call it constructive agreement because everybody may not be happy by the end of it, but they can constructively agree. But you also want to ensure that you're looking at what your BATNA is, what your best alternative to the negotiation situation would be. And so let's say Denmark, the football club representative and the Football Association representative walked away from the situation and said, okay, we agree that the new fee going forward under further discussion, etc., will be £50,000. It's not 1 million, it's not 25,000. You may not be happy with it not being 1 million, but it's certainly not 25,000, and that is a win-win for both situations, both parties involved. If they walked away and said, actually, it's going to be £300,000, that may still be a win-win for Denmark, but it may not be a win-win for the Football Association. Now, depending on who you were within this agreement, win-win does not mean equal. Win-win means according to your range, your BATNA, what you want to achieve. And if you think about the laser, again, if you think about what happened with Kasper Schmeichel in this situation, Denmark could argue, this laser cost them moving forward to the finals match because he wasn't able to be at peak performance at 100% of his game, and therefore 300,000 is very small in proximity to actually winning the actual championship. And also the Football Association could equally argue it's just a laser. Nobody pushed Kasper Schmeichel, nobody forced him to miss the penalty. And while we appreciate that what the crowd member did, the fan did was wrong, let's be really serious. So you will always have two sides. And therefore you always want to ensure that you are walking away with what is a win-win, not equal, a win-win for you. And so you want to then debrief your negotiation and say, how did you approach it? Did you identify a strategy early on? Were you successful? What could you have done differently within the negotiation situation? Always making sure you are checking, questioning, identifying early on what you could do differently, what is your strategy, and then continually building on that approach as you negotiate different deals. And so negotiating for business success is creating value and win-wins for the commercial and reputational benefit of your business. Very important that you are creating value, win-wins for the commercial and reputational benefits. As I said earlier, it is not a win. It is not an equal situation. It is about win-win. You can be very close. You can always almost meet in the middle, but it's never going to be equal. If it is equal, fantastic, well done, but you will never know why, because you never know what is sitting on the other side of the negotiator table, unless they tell you, this is what I was going to give you, but I decided to give you X to meet you in the middle. And we all know that this doesn't happen in reality. And so win-wins is the key, not equal. It could be very, very close, but is not going to be equal. So this brings us to the end of the taster of negotiating for business success. This is just a taster of a 4-hour experiential workshop. In the actual workshop, participants are taken through simulations to actually negotiate with each other, and they're guided through a framework. And so there are 3 very specific things that is covered within the experiential workshop. We go through the negotiation characteristics, so building on some of the things I shared earlier. We go more specifically into negotiation planning, because it's very important to effectively plan, and then the negotiation framework itself. So a practical framework to help participants really craft a win-win deal. Now, unlike the taster today, where I am speaking at you because of the environment that we're in, that does not happen on the actual workshop. It is very experiential. It's very challenging in a fun environment. So everyone is safe, fun, learning, but it is challenging. So I want to make sure that you know when you come into that session, you will be challenged as a leader, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing to learn something new, be challenged, have your thinking caps on, be put in a simulation, put through your paces a little bit, but all in a very fun and effective way. And the investment for the workshop is £250 into your ability to refine and effectively negotiate. And if you're thinking about that price, then think about how much money you may be leaving on the negotiation table and weighing up the differences. So thank you very much for joining the session today. If you want to learn more about negotiating for business success, you can go to our website at buildglobal.com, learn more about the workshop, also learn more about what we do as a business. So wishing you all effective deals and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabrina. That was excellent. No, that was a really good taster into what they can kind of experience in the proper workshop. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
So yeah, you go and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you. I'm gonna go hang around in the booth and listen to other people, etc.
Excellent. Brilliant. Lovely to see you today.
Likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hi, Sarah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Just a bit concerning. I am very concerned.
We're
Actually.
streaming still on YouTube.
Yeah, I know. That's what is just concerning me, because I've been turning off the camera.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I know, but it's not, because I just left my YouTube thing up. Instead, I didn't have my Zoom up. I left my YouTube thing up, and I was just like literally just sorting something out there. And then I looked and I saw you. But then when I went onto YouTube, the camera was off, but I could see you on YouTube Live.
Oh. Right. Let's stop video. Let's mute and let's chat on Skype.
Yeah, hang on. Shall I just stop the streaming? Stop live stream.
No, because then it interrupts. So do you want to make me host so that you can?
Yeah.
Cool. And let's drop off this, and I'll go onto it on YouTube and have a look as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hello.
Hello, hello. We are now live on YouTube as well. You've done this before, you know.
Well, I did it yesterday. Yes.
So you're a dab hand at this.
That's exactly right. So where's Catherine?
Catherine is having to do the school run at the moment.
Oh, okay. So are you going to
I'm
introduce?
Sarah. I'm going to introduce you. Yep.
And your name is Sarah?
I'm Sarah. Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
Yep. And she's told me you're very good and you know exactly what you're doing.
Well, I am so glad that she has that high level of confidence.
I'm sure.
Good. Which is good.
Yes, exactly.
So let me do something here. And this one, right? Okay. So the light and the volume, everything is okay.
Yep, I am just going to. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, I was just going to check the streaming link. Give me a second. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah.
Is there a way to find out, I mean, how many people attended the talk yesterday?
Yep, we are putting those figures together. So because obviously we've got because people can, from the expo itself, once they're in as visitors, can jump into any of the sessions directly without actually having to join the Zoom.
Okay.
That's obviously a little bit harder to track, but I think we can do that. But obviously then we've got the views on YouTube as well.
Okay.
Which I know somebody far cleverer than me is working on. And then we're recording the sessions too. So we'll post them out.
Sure.
On top of all of that. So yeah. I send you. But no, we are actually, I've just checked YouTube, so that's all good and up and running.
You are now live.
Well, you can check it as well. I've just sent you the link. So yeah.
Okay.
You've got your fan in place.
I'm sorry?
Is that a fan I can see?
Oh, this one here?
Yeah.
No, this is the microphone.
That's the microphone. Okay.
Yeah, that's the microphone. Yes. You know, I mean, the mic on the computer that I have is good, but it's even better, I mean, to have an external microphone. And I think that this one it has served me well up to now. So it's good. You know, I mean, technology, I mean, it's really amazing, all the different gadgets and the different things that you can get to improve volume, to improve visuals and everything else. So
no, it's been incredible, and I mean, all of this now is just amazing, I think, really. And it's just getting more and more sophisticated.
Indeed. Oh yes. So this is the first conference that you are taking part of. I mean, behind the scenes.
First virtual one. I've done quite a few in the past.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
so this is the first one that they're doing 100% virtually. I mean, I heard that last year. I mean, they did well. I mean, prior to the pandemic, everything. I mean, was in person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the. I think there's a. I think there's a lot of big future in virtual for quite some time at the moment. And people can be coming. People are joining from everywhere, which obviously is a really, without having to, take weeks out to travel to places and things. So
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
it's just looking up. So you're talking about cultivating a champion's mindset.
That's exactly right. Yes.
Okay. 4 minutes to go.
That's exactly right. So the conference, I mean, are they doing this from the Isle of Man?
Well, obviously we're all over the place.
Okay.
Again, it's amazing. So I'm on the Isle of Wight.
Oh, you are on the Isle of Wight. Okay. Okay.
Whereabouts are you?
Sure. God, that's so annoying.
Whereabouts are you?
I am in a place called Beaufort. I am in the U.S. So Beaufort is a little bit north of Atlanta, in Georgia.
Oh wow, okay.
So I am. I don't know. I mean, if you're familiar, I mean, with the U.S. Geography and map, I mean, Georgia is just the state north of Florida, so around there. Good weather. Not very cold in the winter, and we are having a pretty good summer so far, so good. What about the Isle of Wight? I mean, what are you getting? Pretty much, I mean, the same weather as the rest of England. I mean, very wet and rainy, or
generally speaking, it's a bit better here. But,
okay.
Actually, I think the last couple of weeks, well, before we hit the heat wave, obviously, it's been pretty wet, which is unusual for here. But then I think things are probably pretty unusual. Looking at the news, in a lot of places at the moment. So we were told before we moved here that it never snowed, and we moved here and it snowed. So, can't believe
Sarah, you brought the snow with you.
I really wish I hadn't, that's for sure. I like snow. No, it's pretty good here. It's generally a little bit warmer.
Okay.
We're fairly protected because of the Solent, so
I see.
We're quite protected.
I see. Yeah.
Yes,
I have some friends in Jersey. Yes, that's right. Yeah. And but no, it's it's fascinating. I mean, to see that when you have a conference like this one, you interact with people from all over the world. I mean, and you don't have to even leave. I mean, your living room. I mean, you can be global, and you don't even have to get on a plane,
That's the benefit.
which is absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, and we all really are based all over the place, and it's great. It's great.
Yeah.
And the communication is excellent. Right, we've hit 3 o'clock. I'm going to stop talking. Alejandro, welcome. Thank you for coming along to Digital Age Expo to talk to us this afternoon about cultivating a champion's mindset. Over to you. I'll let you continue your introductions.
Okay, well, thank you so very much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. And if you were with me yesterday for my presentation yesterday, if you were with me yesterday, you know that I share with you different ways that you can stretch and go beyond yourself. And today, I think that is very proper. I mean, to talk about cultivating a champion's mindset. You know, champions are champions because they do different things from the rest of the masses. I mean, they have different ways of taking action. They have different ways of thinking, and we will explore some of those ways and some of the mindsets that champions display. So let me start this presentation with a statement by Trent Shelton. Now, if you are familiar with the National Football League here in the US, you would most likely have heard the name of Trent Shelton. He was a wide receiver for the Indianapolis Colts in 2007. And then he moved on to the Washington Redskins and ended his career with the Seattle Seahawks before he left completely the National Football League to become a motivational speaker. And there was a statement by Trent Shelton that really caught my eye, and I wanted to share it with you today. And he said the following. He said, "I had to create possibilities for myself when no one wanted to give me an opportunity. I turned my pain into progress." And what a beautiful statement that is, especially these last few words. You know, I turned my pain into progress. And this is what it is to have a champion's mindset. It's not staying in the pain or the difficulties of things or life, but transforming that pain into progress. And not many people do that. And that's what champions are different, because they do things that most people are not prepared to do. Now, to that end, I will share with you 5 key components or traits or characteristics of a champion's mindset. And let's just start and jump into the first one. And that is commitment. Commitment. Now, the first key trait to a champion's winning mindset is the ability to stay loyal to what you said you were going to do. To stay committed to something, to a task, to a project, to a daily work. Now, there has to be a reason of meaning to do that. For example, If you want to start your own business, what is the reason behind that? It could be that your current 8-to-5 job is no longer fulfilling your expectations. Perhaps it doesn't provide any possibilities for advancement or for growth, and you feel stuck in that situation. And let me tell you that in my own personal journey, I was stuck in the past, and it is not a very good place to be in. Another reason may be that you want to earn more money, perhaps to provide a better lifestyle for you, for your family, for your loved ones. Now, the stronger and more compelling the reason, the more likely you will be to stay committed to the process. Remember that when you have a real reason to do what you desire to do, you will not give up. Many people are more interested than they are committed. Now, let me say that one more time because I want you to pay attention to this. Most people are interested in something as opposed to being committed to doing something. So interest and commitment are not the same thing. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, they are only interested in their dream of starting their own business, of changing people's lives with a new product or a new service, in what life may look like when embarking into this project. However, and this is a big however, they operate with the simplicity of interest only, and therefore they are not fully committed to the task at hand from start to finish, to fully complete it. They make a promise to themselves with words, but a real commitment is a promise to yourself with actions. And that is a very important distinction. There are people who make promises to themselves with words. They said, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But actually, do they do this or do they do that? No, because they don't follow that promise with actions, with real actions. They stop at the words. And believe me, I am a motivational speaker and a coach and a facilitator of programs. And I know the importance of words. However, when words are not followed by real and true action, they do not produce any good results. So that brings us to the second trait for cultivating a champion's mindset, and that is discipline. Discipline. In this mindset, you will choose to give up some things that you're used to having, and you will choose to do things that you're not used to simply because you know it will lead you to something greater in your life or in your work. Now, champions, one thing that characterizes champions is that they are very strategic in what they do and also in what they allow into their lives. Now, some of the strategies around discipline may be changing your environment because it's vital to your success. Now, remember that mindsets are contagious. Mindsets are contagious, and who you surround yourself with will determine who you will become. You see, remember what motivational speaker, a great man, Jim Rohn, used to say, that we are the average of the 5 people that we spend most of the time with. You see, I mean, if you think about that, if you are the average of the 5 people that you surround yourself with, are you not going to pay attention who those 5 people are? Of course you would, because they will be a contagion to you. And so ask yourself this question: does your present environment add value to you or deplete from your goals? Have the daily discipline to put yourself within reach of people who would make you better, who would take you to a higher level of performance and productivity. We have to put ourselves in a growth environment. Now, the question now is, how do you build a growth environment? Well, let me help you doing that. And the first thing that we need to do is removing the bad seeds. Removing the bad seeds. In order to get to your next level, you would need to eliminate your distractions. You see, we're living in a world that is full of distracting activities, full of distractions. You can either be consistently distracted and enjoy your distractions, by the way, or have the mindset of a champion. But you cannot do both. You see, failure to remove the root issues and dig up those bad seeds will affect you in a very negative way. And when we talk about removing those bad seeds, I encourage you to stay away, and maybe far away, from the following kinds of people. The first one, they're negative people, people with a negative attitude toward everything. I'm sure that you met some of those people in your life. Perhaps they are even part of your family. And so what happens with negative people is what happens when you have a big box or a bag of apples, and then you have one rotten apple. What happens to that? It's not that the whole of the good apples are going to make the rotten apple good, but it is that the rotten apple, the negative influence of people, are going to affect you in a negative way. So that's why you need to separate yourself from those negative influences and negative people. Now, the second kind is fixed mindset people. You see, when it comes to mindset, there are 2 kinds of people. They are the fixed mindset people, people who said, okay, well, I am born this way and I cannot do anything to improve. I have been dealt these cards, and this is what I have to play with. There is nothing that I can do. They think that they're very limited in what they can do. They do not have what I called the other group of people to have, which is, rather than a fixed mindset, a growth mindset. People who think it doesn't matter what kind of circumstances, I could be living in a bad place, but I can change that. I have the potential to make changes in my life, to get better, to improve, to move forward into my life journey. I don't have to be fixed in a certain position, in a certain situation. I can make changes of that. It's not the cards that you have been dealt that you have to play with. If you don't like those cards that you have been dealt, you become the dealer, and then you can play with different cards. You see, those fixed mindset people, they don't have what I called infinite possibility mindset. And that's what you need in order to begin to have a champion's mindset. Now, the other group of people that I want you to stay away from is what I called the cannot do people. Cannot do people. And I met a few of those. It doesn't matter what you give them to do, they cannot do it for whatever reason. So the cannot do people are people who are professionals at making excuses. Because it is too difficult, because I don't have the education, because I don't have the experience, because I don't know how to do it. They're all excuses. You can do anything that you want to do because you have the resources to do that. If you don't have the education, well, you can get the education. If you don't have the experience, well, you can get the experience. But you see, they cannot do people. The easier way out is to say, well, I cannot do that. The other group of people to stay away from are ungrateful people. Ungrateful people. You see, it doesn't matter where you are in your life. Let me ask you a question. Are you grateful for what you have right now? Are you grateful for who you are right now? You see, you can keep growing, but are you grateful for the place in your life that you are right now? And the last group of people that I want you to stay away from are consistent takers. Consistent takers. You see, people who love to take for themselves, but are not very willing to give of themselves to others. Remember that sometimes the best way to add to your life is to subtract from it. Remember that. And there are far too many people who play the role of a victim as opposed to being a leader in their field. You see, it's easier to be a victim. And victims do not have too many chances of succeeding in life. Now, we are talking about building a growth environment. And the first thing we covered is removing the bad seeds. Now, the second element of building a growth environment is planting new seeds. Planting new seeds. Be intentional about your life and put yourself in the right kinds of environments. Develop better daily habits and rituals. Do you have rituals in your life? Do you have a morning ritual? Do you have an evening ritual? Turning those rituals into habits that are going to move the needle in your life. That's what champions do, and they have that in common. Now, the third element of building a growth environment is water those new seeds. Water those new seeds. Join the mindsets that will elevate you higher and better than you currently are. Intentionally put yourself in environments where you know that you are the least accomplished. You see, I heard it so many times. If you're in a room and you are the best person in that room, guess what? It's time to move to a different room. You see, when you move to a different room and you are the least in that room, you have so much room to grow. And then when you get to the top, then you find a different room. And that is a process of personal growth and development in your life. Now, the other thing that I encourage to do to water those new seeds is get a mentor or a coach in the area that you want to grow in. And don't be afraid to ask lots and lots of questions. You see, one of my mentors, John Maxwell, a leadership expert, wrote a book titled Good Leaders Ask Great Questions. Good leaders ask great questions. That's the great importance of asking questions. So we talk about commitment. We talked about discipline. Now, the third area of developing a champion's mindset is consistency. Consistency. And consistency can be applied to anything that you do in life, no matter what it is. As a matter of fact, once again, John Maxwell often during his presentations will mention that some people will not have success, will not achieve success in business because they underestimate the compounding effect of consistency. I shared it many times in keynotes, in presentations, that sadly we are living, and we have been living for quite a while, in what I called a microwavable generation. Yes, you heard it right. A microwavable generation. Why? Because people want and expect results fast. Immediate results, immediate gratification. And if they don't see those results, then they give up, they quit on the efforts, and they move on to something new, something else. There is no consistency. If you plant seeds every day, if you trust the process every day, then every day you will grow, even if you don't realize it, even if you don't see results. However, even with great consistency, you will not achieve your biggest and most audacious goals right away. And as you keep getting closer, you will suffer setbacks. You see, you have to give time for something to really mature. Then, how do you keep your champion's mindset? And now we come to the fourth area, and that is the area of faith or belief. You see, champions understand that the process must be trusted and that you cannot take shortcuts in the process. The destination is important, but what is even more important is the process the champions go through to get to that final destination. Now, what are you working on is not going to change immediately. Now, don't take me wrong, it can certainly change very fast, but experience clearly shows that any kind of process takes time to produce results. Now, let's take the example as an illustration of a gardener or a farmer. They both have faith and belief in the process. If you're a farmer, you must have belief in the process. They know they need to plant the seeds. They need to do the work. They need to first plant the seeds. They need to take care of the seeds. They need to nurture them. And also they need to be patient. Above all, stay committed and consistent. And they know that at some point, results will show up. They will. You know, as a leadership coach and as a speaker and as a workshop and seminar facilitator, I talked and interact with lots and lots of people. And one common thread that I have found as to why some people do not reach the success that they really want and desire is not for lack of talent or skill or ability, but simply because when they have an idea for a new business, for a new project, a new service, and begin taking action, they fail to trust in the process, to keep doing daily activities toward the goal, and give it time to mature, to realize. Instead, they throw in the towel and move to something new and keep repeating the cycle when they don't see any results. They don't have that patience that is required like the farmer. Now, commitment, discipline, consistency, and faith or belief will create a champion's mindset. A champion mindset that you need to reach your goals and dreams. But the following and the last element of a champion's mindset is the glue that will hold them all together. And that is the fact that champions have heart. Heart is the last trait of a champion's mindset. Heart is finding the strength to give more, even though everything else in your mind is telling you that you have nothing left. Heart is looking at life like a marathon and not a sprint. Those who actually win marathons apply each one of these traits that I spoke about. They're fully committed to running the whole marathon from start to the finish line. They trained and are very disciplined, eliminating all distractions that do not serve them well. They know that they cannot sprint to the finish line, and so they put faith and belief in every step. You see, let me ask you a question. I mean, a marathon is 26.2 miles from start to finish. And I had the privilege of talking to two people who run full marathons. And you know, both of them, they agreed in the fact that they run the first 25 miles of that marathon with basically no problems. But it was the last mile and a little bit more that was the key to winning the marathon or to completing the marathon. Because at that 25 mile mark. It's like the body says, I just cannot do it. I cannot move another step. And the mind is completely drained. It wants to give up at that point. And that is exactly the point at which you need to switch from your mind to your heart. And the heart kicks in. And it is as they want to finish and as they put a belief in every step, and as they are approaching the end, their heart pulls everything together to get them over the finish line. You see, you will reach the point in any endeavor that you are pursuing, whether you're an athlete, whether you are an Olympian competing in the Olympic Games, whether you are an entrepreneur, a successful entrepreneur, a solopreneur, whether you're a mom, a dad, or in business somehow and wanting to take that business to the next level, and whatever you're doing, you're going to find that at one point your back is against the wall and you feel that you have nothing left to give. And even though it doesn't look too good, this is the moment that you break through and create new limits you did not think were possible. This is what heart is all about. It's saying to yourself, I am giving all I have, my very all, no matter what it is or looks like. I am going to keep pushing. Heart is also about staying true to yourself, to who you are. As you begin to access your champion mindset and apply it to everything that you do in your life, you will notice a change and you will start to see a shift in who, not who you are, but in who you are becoming. Who you become, you will see positive results. Your thinking will change, your paradigm will change from, can I do this? Can I really take this on? To, I am doing this and it is working. I am doing this and it is working. And finally, your whole attitude will shift to the thought that there is absolutely nothing that you cannot do if you are intentional in applying these traits. You will certainly become, just like champions believe that they are truly limitless, that there are no limitations that can stop you, that can limit what your mind wants to do. You know, I said it yesterday, and I'm going to repeat it today. There was a powerful quote by Napoleon Hill, the author of the great book, Think and Grow Rich, that states this: whatever the mind of man can think and believe, it can achieve. So, my friends, whatever your mind believes, thinks and believes, it can definitely achieve. And by applying these 5 traits, you can begin to have and enjoy the benefits of having a champion's mindset. So thank you so very much. I mean, it's been great to share this time with all of you. I hope that this information was valuable to you and it added value to your life, no matter where you are. And looking forward, I mean, to reconnecting with all of you in a future event. All the very best and have a great rest of the day.
Alejandro, thank you so much for joining us at Digital Age Expo. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm very inspiring. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And just a quick note to anybody still on. Last stop for today, we have Debbie Stott at 4 o'clock. Talking about when performance coaching needs that little extra step. So Alejandro, thank you very much again. Let's catch up from across the pond soon. And see you soon.
Thank you, Sarah. Really appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello,
Debbie, hello.
how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm always good. Is that Catherine?
I'm Sarah.
Oh, Sarah. Okay, I'll get it right. I had Rachel earlier, so I thought she said, Catherine will be back. So I thought, oh, you must be Catherine.
No, I'm Sarah. And actually, you've spoken to Kevin today.
Hey, Kevin, how are you?
Very well.
Now, that's very good to see you. Nice to see your face. To the voice. We did have a bit of a laugh, Sarah. We were just having. I did see your link on the stand. The visitors saying you were there. And I went, really spoke to Kevin.
Yep. Excellent. Crikey, we're at 4 o'clock.
Oh, right. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Kevin, come on, stop living aside down, young man.
No, I'm going out to get supplies.
And he hasn't been called young for a long time.
Oh, well, listen, while you're there, we'll do a barbecue. Just make sure you got the whole lot in. We'll be all right.
I'll see you in a minute.
You enjoy. Right, I suspect I'm just going to roll on, Sarah, if you're okay with it.
Absolutely fine by me, Debbie. Thank you very much for coming along. And handing over to you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Right, okay. So welcome to everybody that's here today. My name is Debbie, and it's good to see people joining me today, and that's really lovely. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about performance coaching and taking it to the new level, the next level, using emotional transition coaching. I don't know if most of you have probably heard or even maybe experienced performance coaching. I'm pretty sure some of you would have heard of transition coaching. However, I can almost guarantee that virtually none of you would have heard or experienced emotional transition coaching. Now, I know this is a little bit presumptuous of me. There is a reason that my confidence is fairly high in this, because currently there are only a handful of practicing qualified emotional transition coaches in the country. You may be wondering, what is emotional transition coaching? All right. There is so much information that I would actually like to share with you. Because of time constraints, I'm only unfortunately going to be able to scratch the surface in the time that we have today. So let's crack on. Before we get into it, my presentation today would like to be a little bit different in that I'd rather be more participation and interaction rather than just talking at you with a PowerPoint. I'd rather sort of talk to you and with you as a participant, because that will sort of form part of what I want to deliver today. So in order to do that, I'd like to ask you to post any questions that you may have or any answers in the chat, and we can address them accordingly. So what are we going to talk about today? We're going to be talking about performance coaching and taking it to the next level. How do we do that? Okay, so the first question of the day I'm going to ask is simply, what is your understanding of transition coaching? Okay, so just if anybody that's online, you just pop your comments into the chat. Don't be shy. We can only work with what we've got and the honesty in the room. There is no judgment here, and there is no blame in this room. We don't need war and peace. Let's be honest with that. Time restrictions. So performance coaching. There are a number of different coaching modalities out there. And in fact, there are around 47 different types of coaching. So they range from sports coaching, business coaching, life coaching, just to name a few. Now, why would you want to see a coach? Simply put, coaching is a process that aims to improve performance and focuses on the here and now, rather than in the distant past and the future. It builds awareness, it empowers choice, it leads to change, and it also unlocks personal potential to maximize performance. A good coach can help you get a clearer understanding about your goals and dreams and about what you're capable of doing in order to achieve them. Finally, and most importantly, your coach will be able to teach you new ways of thinking and operating with new skills that will allow you to either better reach your goals and create a career and the life that you want. The key the role of a coach is to really uncover the reasons why someone may not be doing what they should or would like to be doing. You know, the last thing we want to do is take away from an individual's opportunity to think for themselves and just kind of be who they are. Coaching should aim to produce optimal performance and focus on specific skills and goals. So there are different modalities, and we can chat about those as we go along. What I'd like to talk more about today is how we impact and how those areas of different coaching might need some help taking it to the next level. So basically, where is the problem? The problem is in change. Okay. To maximize performance, one does need to change. Knowledge and skill will equate results, and that will happen on a transactional level. So let's elaborate a little bit. There are 4 circles of learning. They're called competencies. If I get this wrong, people, we're in trouble. Unconscious incompetence, meaning you don't know that you don't know. Conscious incompetence means that you've become aware that you lack particular skill or knowledge in an area. Conscious competence means that you've learned something, but you still have to think about it in order to do it. Okay. And then the 4th one is unconscious competence. Now you have learned something that you know how to do it so well, you can do it without thinking. All right. So based on some of the comments and some of the stuff that I've come across, it's clear that there is a missing link in coaching, because some of the change is transactional, and that is only based on knowledge and skill, and based on your knowledge and the skill that you have, that obviously is going to impact results. That's not rocket science. We all know that. The question now is, where do you go if it's not knowledge and skill related? If that's not the problem, you have the knowledge, you have the skill, and yet for some reason you just are not doing or getting what you want. What part of you is holding you back? What is it? It is the past. So let's use confidence as an example, should we? So how many of you have maybe had a product or a service that you pride and that you've got full confidence in? You've no issue with the product or the service, yet you're not quite reaching your full potential in delivering that service or product. You kind of just, I'd guarantee it's somewhere in your head you'll be having a conversation. There's no need for putting it in the chat. I just really want you to think about that as each individual person. So here's another example. Let's give a few. How many of you maybe lack confidence in a social environment? Okay, going out and you lack some confidence in that arena. Or have been in a situation where on the outside you look and exude this confidence, and yet on the inside it's a completely different story. Okay, there are 2 words that we generally use when emotional confliction comes into play: justify and rationalize. We overcompensate for our lack of confidence in the product or service, and we start to tell ourselves what we call rational lies. And yet, you're so confident. Regardless of what it is, the confidence starts with you as a person. Where do you think you've learned confidence? Okay, so as we're growing up, 0 to 7 is what we call imprinting years. So those around us imprint on us, parents, siblings, everybody that's close to us in that arena. From the ages of 8 to 12, we start to model. And those around us, we start modeling them. They're your friends, their parents, your teachers, all those kind of things. Between the ages of 13 and 18, we're now becoming an adult, and we start having our own perspective on the things that we've learned in our imprinting years and from our modeling years. And we're now to start coming into our own. So therefore, based on this information, your confidence has definitely got to start before you're 7, and you build on it from there. Now, the positives will never, ever hold you back. It's the negatives that will always hold you back. So let me explain. So as a child, maybe you did something and somebody laughed, okay? That would have created either a positive or a negative experience, depending on how you looked at it and how you were feeling at the time. So for this example, A, we're going to look at it as a negative. And B, this is the first step in what you perceive as undermining your confidence. And this is all done on an unconscious level. So let's call that strike 1. Now let's jump ahead to school. Let's say, I don't know, English class lesson. And you've been asked to stand up and read your homework. Now, I'm pretty sure some of you out there are going to be saying, oh my God, please, Deb, don't ask me to read anything. I'm not going to, don't worry. Actually, look underneath your chair. No, I'm only kidding you. We're now adding unconsciously onto the foundation of perceived undermining of confidence. So strike 2. Okay, so 1, 2, miss a few, 99, 100. Let's skip ahead to our teenage years, the dreaded hormone time. Okay, you've got all sorts of things going on. And we would all be lying to ourselves if we did not say that acne in itself didn't undermine our confidence, whether it was self-inflicted by looking in the mirror or by our peers maybe making a comment. I don't know, strike 3. Okay, now let's say strike 4 is applying for a job or a couple of jobs that you know you're fully qualified for, but you don't get them. There is an internal dialogue now going on, even bigger than before. Now you get a job that you really, really want, or you have become an entrepreneur and you want to start your own business. And now you have to apply yourself in front of people. Let's say you're in a social environment and you're very self-conscious and your confidence is lacking. Don't want to talk to anybody, you're feeling all these negative feelings and you withdraw, or you have other adaptive behaviors. So what's going to come up? Yep, the past. You're right. The prime directive of the unconscious is to keep you both 3 times, emotionally, physically, and mentally safe. The embarrassment or whatever emotion that came up as a result of strikes 1 through 4, the unconscious brings forward to keep you safe, whether it's deems it to be emotional, physical, or mental. Maybe an easier example of how to see this is the fear of heights. Now, generally, this is a man thing. Women do it, so guilty as charged. So let's say, for example, a parent takes the child to the Grand Canyon, all right, and is very, very excited to see the edge of the Grand Canyon, scoops up the child, and off we go. The child is kicking and screaming because the child is afraid and it hasn't had time to get from where he was or she was to where they're going, okay? What is happening now is the unconscious is not caught up. The internal is not caught up with the external, okay? So what the unconscious then does is create a fear of heights. Keep you physically safe, keep you mentally safe, and keep you emotionally safe, okay? So with this in mind, you can now see how the past can undermine your confidence, regardless of what you're currently doing. So how is this actually relevant to performance coaching or coaching of any level? Because confidence is not necessarily a knowledge or a skill. You can have the confidence in the knowledge of your product or service. You can have the knowledge in the skill. It doesn't matter whatever it is that you're doing, but that's not where the problem is. Specific skills and knowledge to achieve your goals and outcomes are great. And this is where the missing link is. Because if there is a block, how do you bypass that block? Most performance coaches or coaches on any level do not have the skill to address the emotional elements of change. So let's enter emotional transition coaching, the missing link in performance coaching and coaching. So what is emotional transition coaching? So let's start off with a process called trigger driven behavior. All right, so let's use as an example of maybe the boss. The boss has upset you and triggers off a negative emotion. So the trigger drives the emotion. So you have this flaring of negative emotion, which is then driven by a maladaptive behavior. And the person that is experiencing this thinks that the trigger is actually the problem. Whereas in actual fact, the trigger is a memory. It is coming from the past. So you learned how to be a human being right through the ages, from eating and growing and living and morals and standards and behaviors and all that kind of stuff. So on the back of those, for this example, there's no point in talking about the positive because it's not the positive that's holding you back, it's the negative. So some of your learnings are going to have produced some negative emotions. Those negative emotions are going to produce behaviors. And those behaviors are going to be the ones that either get you what you want or don't get you what you want. And so you adapt the behavior to fit. Now it's this pot that actually now drives the emotion from the trigger, creating these maladaptive behaviors. So now to make it a little easier, let's imagine that your trigger was a flame, okay, because the past is volatile. So we'll pretend it's petrol. Imagine it's a can of petrol. That can is that full that you've become volatile. So if you shake it a little bit, there's no rocket science in the fact that if that petrol spills out, the trigger, which is now a flame, that thing is just going to explode. And this is what creates these huge spikes of negative emotion driven then on these maladaptive behaviors. So what emotional transition coaching does is we deal with this pot of petrol and we diminish it, we lower it, we take some out and extinguish that flame, which now gives you time between this event, the emotion, time to think between the emotion and the negative and the behavior. So in a nutshell, that's what it is. So let's look at how the unconscious works, because working on that gives you a better idea. So let's imagine that your conscious mind, okay, I'm driving here, I'm seeing that, I'm doing that. The things that happen in your head that you're conscious of, we'll call that the captain today. And the crew is what drives your body. Now, I don't know how many of you here today have had to think about breathing. Oh, I need to take a breath. Or, oh my gosh, I haven't told my heart to beat today. Your heart naturally beats, you naturally breathe. This is the arena of the crew. So if you're on a ship, the engine room needs fuel, call goes through to the captain, we need to make a pit stop, we need fuel. The kitchen may say, we need some salad leaves. Phone call through to the captain, we need some salad leaves. I don't know, the laundry room needs detergent. The crew is what keeps this all going. The captain is the one that does the conscious which direction to go. Now, the question I ask now is, what happened to the Titanic when the captain didn't listen to the crew? Our bodies are no different. So when you consider coaching, whether it's work-related, whether it's social or personal, in order to move forward, whatever the block is, it needs to be neutralized. Otherwise, all you're going to do is distract, you're going to manage, or you're going to cope. And this is only a temporary fix, especially if it's deep-rooted. So if it's coming from the past, that's going to be a problem. So let's imagine for a moment our lives are like a river. And the river's coming down the mountain, and it impacts on a rock, comes up to a rock. Now, the river will follow the path of least resistance. We do the same as human beings. It's either going to go round to the left, round to the right, or it's just going to go over. But the rock remains in the middle of the river. Okay, and that's obviously going to impact the flow. Emotional transition coaching looks to take that rock out so that the river can free flow down the hill. And we as human beings also want to free flow. And it's this lack of free flow that causes a problem when we do coaching of any description. And just in generally in life, that's what's going to cause problems. Okay. So can you see how the past impacts present? How many people here can resonate? Well, how many people here can resonate with what I've said so far? You know, if you felt and any of it resonates with you, just pop a yes or a no in the chat. That would be great. And how many of you experienced maybe a disproportionate, spontaneous emotional reaction to something and then afterwards wondered, why did I need to use a sledgehammer to swat the fly? Okay, that's exactly the emotions and the maladaptive behaviors we're talking about. It would be really interesting to see today, you know, what percentage of you react in a way that's maybe rationalized due to lack of understanding of where we come from. You may often have said to yourself or others, flipping heck, where did that all come from? And now you can maybe see where that may have originated from. So emotional transition coaching can help you understand and neutralize these negative emotions that trigger the drives and the behaviors that are maladaptive and generally unhelpful, especially the negative ones. So, and they stop you from achieving whatever it is that you want to achieve, whether it's a goal or whether it's just things in your personal life. In life, we recognize that, you know, we do need some form of coaching, performance coaching, regardless of whether it's personal, business, or for work. And the missing link is about the areas that are not getting the desired results. And the blocks are just, I can't quite put my finger on it. There's something there and I just can't get past it. Sadly, the path that needs addressing falls under the banner of mental health. And this is partly, I would suspect, the reason why it gets so little attention. And by attention, I mean, nobody really wants to deal with it and work with it. It gets brushed under the carpet. Either depression, anxiety, or sadness, this does not mean that you have a mental health issue. It means that your nervous system hasn't quite caught up with your conscious system, okay? Please don't get me wrong, mental health issues are real. Some of the issues can be changed in a different way. Having a mental health footprint for anxiety or depression is not helpful, as it can impact the future of your life. Here's a little story that I read recently, and I'd like to share with you, just to give you an idea how these kind of emotions can impact your life. And it's with what we've got, it's unnecessary. So this gentleman had a dream for many years of joining the RAF. Fortunately, things didn't quite go according to plan through various things, relationships, and not a lack of support for what he wanted to do. So he thought later in his years that he would join the RAF Reserves. However, due to having suffered from depression and having had a mental health footprint in the past, it was basically put a stop to. Well, even though he hadn't had treatment for a long time and he'd had depressive moments, downtime like every one of us do, but no depression, he was unable to join the RAF Reserves even. And with a year before, his dream was he was going to be too old. It was a dream that was just going to stay a dream. And that's not fair, especially when there is nothing wrong with you. All people need to do is bring the conscious up to the unconscious and the conscious into alignment with each other. And we can get rid of that. And there have been many, many examples, and I will share some of those with you. So emotional transition coaching really is a coaching process that has a therapeutic benefit. And by that, I mean, it bridges the gap between coaching and therapy. And no, I'm not a doctor, nor am I a nurse. I just know that the results that we've had, we as a company are results driven, and I know that it works. I've been there. So as an example of where it can change, these examples are quite extreme. And although they are more outside of coaching, they are part of coaching. We had one gentleman that came to us. He was in the Falklands War, and he was on one of the boats that lost 50% on the day. 50% of his platoon died on the day. Of the other 50%, 49% took their own lives. He was the last standing member of his platoon, and that obviously had an effect on him. It affected him, it affected his life, it affected everything about him. And he landed up in the mental health system, understandably. They literally tried everything that they could think of, nothing helped. And sadly, he was drinking 6 to 12 cans of beer a day. He had not eaten food in 6 years, and there was nothing else they could do. They're just kind of, as bad as it sounds, they were just waiting for him to die because they didn't know what else to do with him. And he came to us. I'm going to shorten the version because obviously time is of the essence. He came to us. At the time, he had no relationship with his children, had no relationship with his ex-wife. He was not going to come out of the mental health system, and that was his lot. Today, he has a very good relationship with his ex-wife. He's got a very good relationship with his children. He's married to his carer. He has a home, and he is no longer on the mental health register. I know it works. I was there. I was part of that transition. Now, just as a question, anybody that's on the call, feel free to put your answers in the chat. Out of 5,000 delegates that I was part of, a lot of them had complex PTSD. The majority of them came to us. We were their final stepping stone. They no longer wanted to live. And I know that sounds horrible, and if I'm touching anyone, I apologize. They no longer wanted to live, and they said to us, if this does not work, we are checking out. We no longer want to be here. As a matter of interest, out of the 5,000 in excess that we worked with, that I was part of, how many do you think we lost? I'm going to give you the answer. None. We did not lose one person that we worked with. And that's quite a bold statement. I know, I was part of it. So why am I telling you all of this when we're talking about performance coaching? Because there is a missing link to performance coaching and any other coaching. Sometimes the situation or the circumstance does just need to be reframed, maybe a new skill or additional knowledge, and understanding it is just enough. Maybe that's all you need in that situation. There are situations where that's not enough. And when it's not enough, what do you have? The additional skill of emotional transition coaching will fill in the blank and provide the complete package to address any performance issues, any coaching issues, and help the individuals to move forward on a permanent basis. We've never had anyone regress. As I said earlier, there are many facets to emotional transition coaching and the impact that it has to performance coaching and a number of other things. With this in mind, if you'd like to know more about what I do, I'd invite you to visit my stand on 496. Come and speak to me at Something Simple and make contact with me. And I'd be more than happy to chat to any one of you. Because where performance coaching needs to move further on is the area of emotional change. Just changing and putting it into old Paddington's little suitcase. You know, Paddington's suitcase has got his suits hanging out. I remember as a child seeing it with his little blue jumper and stuff. It's got a padlock on it, but the padlock will eventually rust. And this doesn't mean, this has got no issue around whether you are performance coaching, whether you are business coaching. The bottom line remains the same. Working with HR and staff in an HR in a company, there are a lot of people, and especially with where we're at right now, that are struggling. They don't know where to turn, and it's not about the work that they do. It's about the past, and it's just been impacted even more now. So where performance needs to move forward, especially now because there's so much more to do, the things that are going to stop people moving forward is the past. So how can we help them? This is where I want to go. This is where I think the likes of the staff and human resources could be very, very key. If they understood how to help their staff, I know that using this product, the Suffolk Police dropped their sickness by 20%. 20%. That's a massive amount where people have had issues. So I have a client who I'm working with currently, and she was struggling. She's been off work, long-term sick. And it's through things that are happening at home. I'm being really, really careful how I pass this on. And she had to do a return to work interview, which was great. She was absolutely running anxiety like there was no tomorrow. She was really struggling. And she came to me, and we've been working with her ever since. I haven't done very many sessions with her. She said, she messaged me afterwards. She said, I just don't know. I didn't know I could be in that. She said, I went in, I was really relaxed. She said, initially I was a little bit nervous because I wasn't too sure. She said, yet I felt quite relaxed inside. She went into the office. She said, I just felt like I was laughing with everyone and I was quite calm. She said, I went into the return to work interview. She said, historically, she would have been sort of cowering. She said, I just sat there. She was going to sort of compromise where she felt that she wanted to be. And she thought, no, I'm not doing that. So she didn't. And she said, right, 4 weeks before I come back. And her boss said, oh, well, you know, I need to sort shifts out and how am I going to do this? And so she was verbalizing all the problems that her 4 weeks was going to create. And then she turned to her and said, that's my problem, isn't it? And my client turned around and said, yeah, it is. She said, I've never, ever felt empowered to do that. And she has moved on in leaps and bounds. So where she needs to go back to work and perform in her job, she wasn't able to perform in her job because she was so anxious about other things. Okay, there is a line that's kind of between, because it bridges the gap between coaching and therapy. It's not therapy and it's not coaching. It bridges that gap. So as I said before, it's a coaching process that has a therapeutic benefit. So this is what makes it so important, working with people in business or in the workplace or anyone that wants to move ahead with their businesses. You know, you don't necessarily just need to be employed. So this is why I bring these stories in, because although they are sort of beneficial or no therapeutic, if you are performance coaching your staff, knowing how to take them to the next steps, that's probably going to be the best thing for you and for your staff. And you will keep them in. You will keep them, they'll be happy, they will feel more fulfilled, they will be able to operate their job, whatever it is, 100% better. They will be able to go home and have a different relationship. So once they've changed their relationship with the past, their home environment is better. If their home environment is better, their work environment will naturally follow suit. So what I'm looking for is anybody out there that wants to know more, please come and talk to me, because I'm here to speak to anybody about how emotional transition coaching can take it to the next level. And I could talk for another 2 hours about this, and it's probably not a good idea. Does anyone have any questions that I can answer?
Debbie, that's brilliant and very enlightening. You answered the question that I put in the chat. So.
I didn't see that. It can be very, very confusing, because I mean, when I started looking into it, there's coaching that I didn't even know existed, you know. So I know there's performance. You got the basic performance, the business, you know, relationship coaches. And then I found some really, there's quite a few. But coaching, the bottom line for coaching, though, is the same, Sarah. It's really helping someone get from where they are to where they want to be. And that's brilliant. And I love the fact that people specialize in particular areas. Otherwise, you know what it's like. You become literally a jack of all trades. I do this, I fix them. And you can't sort of narrow it down to your particular niche. So all of those areas, if you come up with that rock in the river, what do you do? And I know how many people are out there, because I know the person that designed and developed this product. So I know how many coaches we've got out there, you know, and I really, really want to see it out there, because so many people need change, but they need permanent change. And it's negative emotions, emotional change. That's what they need. And this is why I'm really, really interested in talking to HR or companies that have an HR department that want to take care of their staff, you know. Corporate responsibility. If you take care of your staff will take care of you. And that has a complete knock-on effect, you know, and it's a transferable skill. If you are happy, you're going to go home, your kids are going to be happy. Your partner, husband, wife, whatever it is going to be happy. Your extended family is going to be happy, because you're in a different level. The past is not coming in to bite you. So I'm glad I answered your question, Sarah.
Absolutely brilliant, Debbie. Really, really appreciate it. And I think Kevin will be on the phone to you again. I think he's got some questions.
No,
but we'll keep them.
Oh no, we're live.
We're live, yeah.
Okay, Kevin, be really, really careful. We're live. But yeah, so
and you're back tomorrow.
I am back tomorrow.
For a Saturday session.
For a Saturday session, I did say to Kevin, you know what? Afterwards, we should have a barbecue and a drink.
Yes, he repeated that to me as well.
Well, what I'm going to do is, like I said, I could go on. I want to be very, very respectful of the fact that what we do, like I said, bridging that gap, it's unless you've had a longer conversation, because like I said, I can go on for a long, long time around what it is that we do. And the performance coaching is one thing. The emotional transition coaching, it's that bridging gap. And unless you actually know quite a lot about it, understanding and thinking, oh, is this therapy? It's not therapy. It's not therapy at all. So, and this is why I want people to visit us on our stand. You know, the stand is what, 496. Something simple coaching. I'm looking for people that want to change their lives. I'm looking for people that want to change other people's lives, because that's the impact that I think is needed more so now than ever before.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
agree more.
It's been crazy. So there you go.
Well, Debbie, thank you. Enjoy the rest of Friday. It's 25 to 5 almost.
Yep, that's it.
Weather.
It is indeed. So I'm not quite sure where to go to from here. So
no, I shall end and see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. And thank you so much for joining us.
No, absolute pleasure, and thank you. It's been very
Thank you very
informative.
much. Lovely chatting to you, Kevin.
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow, love. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.